And now, please welcome co-CEO, founder at Brex, Henrique Dubugras, and founder and CEO at Mutiny, Jaleh Rezaei.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Hi, Jaleh. Thank you so much for being here as well.
Yes, absolutely. SaaStr is always a pleasure. Did you guys have fun last night? I feel like all the parties were last night. Awesome. Well, I was actually at a dinner that Loom was hosting last night, and people were like, you and Henrique, Mutiny, Brex, that's such an unlikely pairing. But we actually go way back. So Mutiny's first office was Brex.
Yeah, so I think we're your first customer.
You were definitely one of our first customers, yeah.
Yeah, we were one of your first, you were one of our first customers as well, so nice. The relationship goes a long time.
Yeah, and so we were in the Brex office, and they had just raised this huge round and had gotten this really big office, and me and my co-founder, we were going through YC, so we were sitting in the back of the office, and every day they would hire 10 more people, and the line just kept getting closer and closer to us, and we're like, please just don't make us switch offices while we're in YC. But your growth has continued. What funding round are you at now?
We are Series D now. How about you guys?
So we just announced our Series A with Sequoia.
Oh, that's amazing. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Awesome. Well, I know the name of this session changed a couple of times, so I'll start by sharing what we're going to talk about, and hopefully that's interesting to everybody here. Our focus for today is going to be, and let's see where the slides, perfect. It's going to be how to design a product that your customers love by thinking differently. So as Henrique and I and our teams were talking about this session, we realized that a lot of conventional wisdom is great, but a lot of the things that had made Brex and Mutiny successful stemmed from decisions that we made very differently than what other people had done. And that's really where the edge for a disruptive company comes from. And we thought there's not a lot of content on how to lean into your own intuition and diversity. And so what we wanted to do was go through a relatively basic framework of market, product, team, and failures, which are 4 big themes for every founder and every product manager that's going through that 0 to 1 journey, and share our anecdotes and stories and decisions that we made differently that ended up being really valuable for us. So let's start with market. Okay. Well, Henrique, do you want to kick us off? What were some of the things you guys did at Brex to understand your market that was unique to your approach?
Yeah, for sure. So I think when Brex actually came out of a pivot. So Pedro, my co-founder, and we got into Y Combinator actually with this virtual reality idea. We had done a fintech startup in Brazil. We had sold it, and we're like, we're done with fintech. We're never going to do fintech again. All these banks are so complicated. Like, we want to do something in the bleeding edge of technology. We just got Silicon Valley, like Bill Gates and Steve Jobs and all these like amazing people did. So we're going to do virtual reality. That seems like super in the bleeding edge of technology in 2017. And we had this idea, and thank God we got into Y Combinator. But 3 weeks into YC, we were like, okay, I don't really know what we're doing here. Maybe we should pivot. And we started thinking about ideas, and we're like, okay, which market should we go into? And we're like, well, we kind of know a lot about fintech because we've done that startup before. And one of the advice I got that I thought was super helpful is not only thinking about the product market fit, what's the founder market fit? Like, why you as a founder are uniquely positioned to do this startup, right? And we were young, and we were thinking, okay, like, why are we uniquely positioned? Well, we've done fintech before, and we're from Brazil, so maybe that's the edge. So we're okay. Let's go back to fintech, and and then we eventually landed in corporate cards, and then but when we started validating the idea, it was kind of, it was not super intuitive how to think about it, because we found a small set of customers that said, like, I would really love this, like, I really need this, which were startups. When we talked to more traditional businesses, they were like, oh, Amex already kind of works, I don't know. But startups are like, yeah, no, I really need this. Like, this would be much better. Like, this really is bad today. So we decided to start with credit card for startups, but it wasn't super clear back then that, for us it was super clear. Like, we thought we could expand from startups to something else, but every time we went to talk to investors, they were like, look, Henrique and Pedro, you guys seem great, but, I don't know about the TAM of this thing. I don't know, like, startups, like, are there enough startups to build a big business? I can see why startups would choose you. I can't see why other companies would choose you. Yeah, and, honestly, we kind of didn't know yet. We just thought we're going to be able to expand to other markets after. We'll figure something out, but right now, startups just seem like enough. And we did. So we decided to be Brex. How most people knew us at the time is, the corporate card for startups. And it came from really solving, problems of even like a small population. But then after you have size and scale and, you can build so much more, you have so much more capacity to build, right? Because I think one of the early constraints of product market fit is you can't build things that are too complex because you don't have a lot of resources. So you need to go for things that are like kind of simple, because you only have a couple engineers and maybe you and your co-founder. But then after you already grew and expanding is much easier because now you can build more complex things because you have a lot more resources, have more teams, you have existing customers. The opportunities for expansion go a lot further than we thought. And I think since then, there's other products and companies that position themselves to startups, but I like to think that we were probably one of the first to do it in a pretty scalable way. So that was a little bit of some anecdotes around us thinking about our market. How about you, Jaleh? Tell me about how it's for Mutiny.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, I feel like I would have loved to see your first pitch deck where you had to make up the TAM at YC, whatever they would advise you to come up with, do the math, and then at the end it was like, no, it needs to be billions though, so do the math again.
We were very generous with our math, like that.
Yeah. So a little bit of context about Mutiny. So my co-founder and I both worked at Gusto. I led marketing, and he was leading one of our engineering teams. And basically, at Gusto, through a lot of manual work, a lot of growth engineering, data science, we had figured out how to help convert our top of funnel traffic, so advertising, content marketing, SEO, into actual revenue and upsell and referral customers. And we had built a lot of that experimentation framework bespoke. And so the catalyst for starting Mutiny was that we realized that what we had done was something that everybody would eventually need, but wouldn't necessarily have the engineering and the technical capabilities to go build that from scratch. And so we wanted to build a no-code platform that any company without being super technical could use to convert and personalize for their different audiences. And so we had this really big vision, and the convention wisdom, I think at the time was, and I'm sure you guys have all heard this, which is startups are inherently very chaotic, and you should expect wild iteration, and there should be mess all over the walls, otherwise you're not doing your job. And I think while that's true, there is a lot of iteration. Because we had a clear sense of what we were going to build, we wanted to also create structure and stability within which we could do our iteration. So one of the best things that we did early on was we took a step back and said, for our vision to be true, what are the hypotheses that need to come true? So what are sort of smaller statements that need to be true? And we ended up creating 5 hypotheses, each one with a metric, that if all of those we were right about and we could make them happen, then we could, Mutiny would be this huge success. So for example, The first hypothesis was around data, because we were building this personalization and conversion engine. And so the first hypothesis was that we had to be able to identify over 50% of the buyers and customers within any channel that we operated in. So if we were helping personalize websites, we had to figure out how to get to above 50% actionable coverage of the visitors that were coming to that website. And if we had that, then we would be able to apply the subsequent steps. And so that framework ended up paying off a lot of dividends for us in the early days, because even though we made a lot of changes and we would move really fast between what areas of the business we were investing in, the early team was able to operate in this really holistic way, understand exactly why we were making the changes that we were. And it also helped us a lot in recruiting, where people wanted to kind of, the big vision, sometimes it's a little too big and they don't necessarily understand all the pieces that goes into that. But once we broke it down into the hypothesis and metrics and could explain what were the projects and the roadmap associated with each of those, it made it a lot more tangible for everybody to kind of wrap their head around. So moving on to, I keep looking behind me. I'm just trained on stages that are right behind you. So moving on to product, I think this is a big topic for a lot of product managers and founders, right? How do you iterate? Do you listen to your customers? Do you not listen to your customers? What were some of the things that Brex did differently, Henrique, to help iterate your product?
So I think that the way that Brex has an interesting property, which is everyone needs a version of what we're doing, right? So if you're starting a business, you will need a corporate credit card from someone. Might not be from Brex, hopefully it is, but you'll need a corporate card from someone. So the thing that we always thought about is like, look, how can we be better than the ones that exist, right? Like, how can we build a better value proposition that's like very obvious, and then obviously better than the one that already exists. And that's a little bit of a different challenge than other companies, which have different pros and cons, but that are trying to sell a product that you don't yet know that you need, or you maybe don't know that you need, and you have to convince the company to adopt this new thing. So for us, it was a little bit of a different game. We okay, everyone needs this. We just need to be better than the other guy. And we're like asking founders and like, hey, if we built a cart that gave you a higher limit with no personal guarantee, of amazing rewards and super easy to use, kind of like technology that seems like every other product you use and not like banks, would you use it? And a lot of people said yes. I would say not everyone said yes. I would say like a good amount of people said yes. But then our thing is like, okay, can we actually do that? We didn't know yet if it was possible doing it. Like in financial services, there's a lot of complications and restrictions and regulatory and financial implications. Like it's pretty hard to build. But we knew that if we got to the promised land of offering these 4 things to customers, that at least in the segment that we were looking for, they would sign up. So we kind of like worked backwards from there of like, hey, what would the kind of the value proposition that most people would say yes to, how do we make that economically viable, and how do we make that good? I think that's how we started. I think we were lucky that we were also startups and we were serving startups, because that just kind of gave us a very good intuition around what the product, the customers wanted. And being super transparent as we try to expand outside of startups, we recently have become successful at it, but we struggled for a while because we're like, okay, like we don't know the customer as well as we knew this one before. And we had trouble like empathizing, and we built some wrong stuff, and we iterated, and I think I probably was not talking enough to customers when we try to expand outside of startups, but then we kind of got back to the YC advice of just talk a lot to your customers, and we kind of got back to it. So I think a lot of times founders have the early customer you have really good intuition around because that's kind of where you came your idea and you started working. But then if you had to expand to larger customers or different segments or whatever the expansion is, it's a little bit harder to do that. So you need to kind of go back to just talking and listening a lot to customers as well. And I think the other point is that we also made a mistake here. Sometimes is sometimes talking to customers wanting to validate something that's already in your head because it's doable. And I think, it's the ways we were more successful at is when we were talking to customers without knowing what we were going to build, like when we were pivoting or, when we're without having any expectations and then listening really deeply and then figuring out what to do. So, but I'm curious for you, you guys have also iterated and built the product over a few years now. I'm curious what were the learnings, like mistakes and things that you guys got right around this.
Yeah, so early on, we set this value that we were going to make a decision around who our ideal customer profile was going to be. And we knew that there'd be some people out of that we would eventually remove. But once we qualified somebody and they purchased Mutiny, everything that they did wrong, so every failure was our fault. And ultimately, even though, we started selling to customers after 3 weeks of building the product, right? So there was a lot of stuff that wasn't yet built into the product, but we ultimately took it as our responsibility to help them be successful. And so we were really, really hands-on with customers. And we would do things like, for instance, we would say, we want you to implement this beta feature, and we would agree to a timeline, and they would go and implement. And if they came back and said, oh, I was planning on giving this back to you on Wednesday, but instead it's going to be next Monday, we would get really curious. Like, why did it take you so long? What went wrong? What was harder than you thought? Because we wanted to understand what are all of the paper cuts that are happening behind the scene outside of our product, and can we chip away at all of those bottlenecks for the customer eventually with the product. And so one instance for us was that people would come into Mutiny having a sense of, okay, these are 20 different segments that I want to personalize for and increase conversion for. But then they would get stuck and not know, okay, which one do I do first and second and third? And it would take, each one would take them a little bit of effort to launch. And so what we started doing was pulling the data for them manually, right? Not worrying that we were doing the work manually and that it wasn't going to scale. We would just say, let's help solve this problem for you manually first, and then we'll worry about whether we can automate it. So we started pulling data for early customers, pulled a lot of data for Brex, because you guys, we didn't have a user interface when you started using Mutiny. And then we would put that into Google Sheets. We would prioritize the data, ask the customer a lot of questions about, is this the right information? What else would you want to see? What's here that you don't need, that doesn't help you, that's just clutter? And eventually, once we figured out the exact information that they needed with that prioritization decision, we built this really nice data visualization flow inside of our app where, as they would select segments, they would see exactly the info that they needed, comparison of that segment to other segments, that let them make decisions really quickly inside of the app, and essentially turn what was taking them, sometimes up to 2 weeks, and actually for some customers resulting in them not even, moving forward, to now a few seconds within the Mutiny app.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Okay, team. This one, I feel like you're going to be amazing at this. Henrique is the best recruiter I've ever met. He just always, for every role, you know who the best people are in the Valley, and you somehow find your way to them. What are you doing differently to help recruit talent?
So first, I am not the world's best recruiter because I had a big failure. Because before Jaleh started Mutiny, I tried to convince her to join Brex, but her mind was set on starting a company, which now is being very successful. But so I had a big failure early on, but happy the way things turned out. So I think we were like really aggressive with recruiting, I would say, in the sense of we made a lot of decisions around like how can we get the best talent. I think, I think a lot of founders, they start as like, hey, this is the way I want the company to build. This is exactly what I believe in. This is a bunch of like things that are fixed, and then they try to recruit, and there's like some differences, and people stick to it. And I think there's like there's the bullish case for that. There's a little bit of a not a bullish case for that. I think for us, especially early on, we're like, look, there's so many smart people in the Valley, especially like executives. We want our culture to be helped being shaped by them. Like, so we hired I would say our CFO, for example, and our general counsel early on. And, we actually wanted them to help build our culture, right? And like, we wanted the company, not just me about what Pedro and I wanted, but them having also like a say on like how we're building things around. And, and I think that was super positive. I think like we came out a much stronger culture, right? Than if we had not done that. And I think that we just found a way. So like, again, we gave a lot of equity for early hires. Plus we were generous of cash. Plus, we gave titles. Like all these things, like people give you the advice of like, hey, constrained and restricted. And we're like, I get it. Why that would be true in the ideal world, but all in together, I just want the best people, because that can make such a massive difference. Like I came from Brazil, and we built a company there. There wasn't like really good executives in Brazil at the time because there wasn't like a startup ecosystem, right? That people had gone through these growth stage companies, and we just had to do everything and learn everything ourselves. And then we got here, and we had, for example, our CFO, and like we just didn't have to worry about finance. Everything was like done, and it's perfect. It's like much better than we would do. And we're like, oh my God, this is amazing. Like how much time can this save me to go like do other things, and like make us world class in this thing that's super important for us to be a world class. So we're super grateful for our early hires and early executives that joined Brex. And till this day, we have this culture of like, let's get the best people in the world. Like, how do we do that? Like, let's change and let's adapt so we can keep attracting the best people in the world. And then the other thing I'd say is historically, especially for early stage companies, hiring people who had been through other startups before helps a lot. I think people who've been in big companies, there's a lot of very smart people, but the life of a startup is just like so much different that a lot of the experience is like not super relevant. So it's almost like starting from scratch again. So if you can get someone that has gone through like startups before, especially like growth stage startups, that is like really a big indicator if the person is gonna work or not work. And at least that has been like our experience. Especially if, in the executive level. Now that we're bigger, like we need people who've seen bigger companies, but early on, like that was like probably one of our main heuristics is like, hey, if you've been the number 2 at like a successful startup that kind of grew, and you saw that whole growth and maybe, want to be the number 1 somewhere else, that's like a really good profile. So that's what we learned. But how about you?
I think also like the reason people give that advice of don't give out a lot of cash and titles is because people are worried about retention of, well, are they going to stay or are they joining you for the wrong reasons? But you've had really great retention, especially for a lot of those, early critical hires.
Yeah, I don't really buy, just remember, I don't really buy the argument of like people joining for a lot of wrong reasons. I think like especially in the early stages, if you're, if the company has a chance of not working and you're devoting your life to this thing, like that's the right reason, like you have so many opportunities. If you're good, you have so many opportunities and you're choosing to join these early stage startup by 2 random Brazilian dudes, that's like there couldn't be a better reason than that. So, and if you need a little bit more cash because you have like a high mortgage or something, or, you want to get a lot of equity because, you really want to get a lot of equity, like, I don't know. I feel that just when you're bigger, it's different because, then people would have different reasons. But when you're early, there's so much risk involved that, like, I don't really see, a lot of really good people joining for wrong reasons,
Yeah, that's really good advice, I think, especially in this recruiting market.
Exactly.
Yeah. So on our end, the thing that we did differently early on was for a few really critical roles that were very unique to Mutiny, we built the function based on our needs and not what was considered world-class for that function. And this was very different than the best practices that I had learned, when I was at Gusto. If we were hiring for a new role, the first thing that we would do is, if we were hiring a product manager, go talk to 5 of the best product managers, learn the interview process, and then, figure out how to find somebody like that. But for us, for example, our customer success function was very unique in that we needed to be both analytical but also creative. And this was really evident from the early days of even when I was helping customers one-on-one. And so when I was building out the function and hiring our first person, I didn't talk to anybody from customer success departments. I just wrote out the things that were really important, and I started filtering for those things on LinkedIn. So our first hire, Molly, she was a math major who was doing, personalization and was a consultant. So she had the customer experience, but she was also in writing competitions. And she just was a beautiful writer, and it was very clear that she has kind of the, left brain, right brain combo. And then she did such a great job. She now leads that department, and her first hire was a film major who became, who moved into marketing analytics. And it set this very unique DNA of people that are good with customers, but have this very unique mix of art and science that's very important for us. And now I would say, like, when I talk to other companies within our space, they're always trying to figure out, like, wow, how did you guys build your CS department? And it's like, well, we didn't really build a traditional CS department. I do think following conventional wisdom on a lot of the roles where you don't need to be different is good. Like, you can very quickly get yourself to best practices and make fewer hiring mistakes, but definitely listen to your instincts if there are areas that you think you need to operate very differently than how other companies are doing it. And maybe we'll move on to failures. This is a favorite topic. For going from 0 to 1, any failures for you, Henrique, that helped you think differently about how you were building the business?
I think that, one thing that happened to us, and I kind of alluded this for a little bit, is when there was some point in Brex in which, like, we became really obsessed with, like, strategy. And, we were reading all these strategy books, and, like, we got, like, super obsessed about building the best strategy, and we started building all these things which would be, like, strategically amazing for us. But we just kind of, like, forgot to talk if the customers wanted it. And I think that was, like, a pretty big failure in process, in my view, of, like, how do you combine, kind of doing things that are good for the company and strategic for you to do, and I really love this. Then I was getting advice from one of our advisors, and, like, yeah, man, there's this concept called strategy tax. And it's like, what's a strategy tax? The strategy tax is when you do something that's, like, good, would be amazing for the company, but you just forget to see if your customers actually want it. And I think we probably had 1 or 2 of those that I think were really good lessons, because now we're, like, the process of, like, building products, we're just so obsessed of just building things we know and we're pretty sure customers will want, instead of things that will be strategic for us to have. So I think that's my anecdote there. How about you?
So in the early days, we set revenue as a goal. So 3 weeks into writing our first line of code, we had revenue goals, and we set those goals by looking at companies in our space that were, or like in analytics, for example, that were a few years ahead of us, and looking back at what was their revenue trajectory, and we set those goals. And part of the reason we did that was, I remember when we were going through YC, one of the partners, the guy from Initialize, he gave a talk that really resonated with me, which is, when you're starting something, you really want it to work, and you're not always going to see reality as it is, because you just so desperately want to be right about the quality of what you're building. And so you should always be clear about what are the most important metrics, and whatever metric or graph you don't want to show to your board is what you should be showing to everybody, because that's the thing that you need to fix immediately. And so we decided to set revenue goals very early on, because for us, revenue, everything ultimately showed up in revenue, and it made it very difficult to hide from problems, right? We could see low conversion, we could see churn, we could see lack of upsell. All of that would ultimately show up in the revenue goals. And so that worked really well for us, especially since our market moves really, really quickly. But thank you so much. I know a lot of you had a big night last night, so thank you for coming to this early morning session. I think this is a really exciting time in the Valley where we talk a lot about diversity, and I can't imagine anything more than where diversity matters more than it does in startups, because it's really about leaning into what makes you different, what makes you choose different paths, and ultimately that should lead to building a really awesome disruptive company. So thanks for coming.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Please welcome CEO at Loom, Joe Thomas.
What's up, everybody? Good morning, good morning. Thank you for being here. It is day 3 a.m. I hope everybody's enjoying themselves, including the hangovers, maybe. No? Yeah? Okay, cool. It is a beautiful morning here. I'm actually moving away from California soon, and so I'm really just appreciating this California weather that we've been getting the last 3 days. So we are here to talk about 4 ways to get to 10 billion, just 10 billion, by working asynchronously. And we're going to cover a couple different sections. One is the current state of work that we're all experiencing and why asynchronous is so important in that context, and some of the companies that have been deploying certain strategies that help them get to that coveted 10 billion. So I hope that you all have your coffee. I got my notes, and let's roll. So remote and hybrid are here to stay. I think that for most people in the audience, that's especially true. And we fundamentally believe that flexibility is the future. Can we all agree with that? Yes, awesome, thank you. What we believe is that flexibility means freedom. It means that you can actually work when you want to work and where you want to work from. And we believe that freedom is worth fighting for. But what exactly do we mean by fighting? Like, what are we fighting? And it's actually that more so than ever, people are experiencing burnout. That 85% say that their work stress is greater today than it was 5 years ago because you have message overload. You are constantly on. That 60% report a significant increase in meetings, that we are in back to back to back all day long. And the counterpoint to that, which is kind of crazy, is the fact that 52% say that even though they're in back-to-back meetings, that they're experiencing workplace loneliness. I mean, I think that there's been a little bit of euphoria coming to SaaStr, because first conference in a few years, but unfortunately, we can't do SaaStr every week. So we're going to have to figure out some sort of other tactic. And I think that it's important that we adapt to remote and hybrid because of that flexibility and freedom that we were talking about right before this. So something has got to give, because this is unsustainable based off of the stats that we see here. And so I want to go through 4 examples of modern work, which is modern work is directly correlated with asynchronous. And it's more than just thinking differently. It's actually putting asynchronous at the heart of your communication and collaboration. And that's why there's so much excitement and investment and adoption of asynchronous technologies. But my personal belief is that we are still just in the earliest days of what asynchronous can do for the modern work revolution. So I'm going to tell you some stories about GitLab, Figma, of course, got to touch on Loom, and then also Upwork. But before we get into the stories specifically, I actually want to level set, because I had a few conversations over the past few days, and when we were saying async video for Loom, they're like, can you explain what async is? And we're like, sure. So let's level set on what synchronous versus asynchronous is. Synchronous is real-time communication. It means that 2 or more people are communicating at the same time. And this is, like, some examples of this are in-person, virtual, scheduled, or impromptu. Examples are meetings and phone calls. And it's actually, studies show that it's best utilized for bursty communication. If you can imagine having a ball in your hands, and when you're in a meeting, you want to pass that ball to as many different people as frequently as you can, because that means you're exchanging ideas. That is what synchronous time is all about. But it's also for culture building. Like, everybody feels like getting together in person is incredibly powerful. Okay, now on asynchronous, or async. This means that it's not happening in real time. Somebody is documenting something, sending it to somebody else, and then it's consumed with a lag time in between. The classic example of this would be snail mail, when people used to send letters handwritten, or now email. or things like company wikis, like Notion or Confluence, and project management or Trello, or asynchronous video like Loom. And what it's best used for is for deep work. And it's also best used for information dissemination. How do I get an idea from one person to another? And what's fascinating now that we're a little bit deeper into this modern work revolution is that there's some middle ground too. Slack being a great example of messaging at work. And there's an element of like, I gotta reply in real time, but you can also use it for asynchronous. Or Figma, you can use their software to collaborate in real time on a board, but it's also used for designing deep work as well. So we believe that asynchronous, the most important thing is that it enables you to work from wherever, whenever you want to. And whether you're in a home office or whether you're like our Loommate Jess, who's in an RV touring around the country with her family, it truly, asynchronous allows you to work from whatever, whenever. And so now we'll get to some of the high growth, high value startups that I'd mentioned before that are adapting asynchronous in specific ways. And that my hope is that you understand that at every stage of the company lifecycle, whether it's building great cultures or building great products, building great teams, or scaling external resources, that you will see how asynchronous can truly help empower your company. So let's start with the asynchronous employee experience, building a really great culture. We hear it's the biggest pain point for our customers and from our peers at this point, is how do you do this in a digital HQ world? Well, GitLab is a great example of this. They are constantly on top startups list of Fortune and Quartz, Fastco. They actually just were on LinkedIn's top startups for 2021 last week when it rolled out. So they're a great place to start in terms of what are they doing, what's working. And the crazy part is they're the world's largest remote company, fully remote, 1,300 employees that are in 65 different countries. So they've had to be deliberate from day one about their processes, how do they build camaraderie and culture in a remote world. And it's just hard. The employee experience is a nuanced mosaic, and they've clearly done something right. So GitLab has defaulted to async first. They are one of the pioneers of this. It has been one of the trademarks of their employee experience from the very beginning. They quite literally wrote the book on operationalizing and mastering asynchronous communication. And their ethos has always been what we talked about before, which is empowering employees to feel as fulfilled as possible by working where they want to work from and when they want to work. And what I find most interesting beyond their asynchronous onboarding or learning and development practices that are largely asynchronous are the rules that they use to bring asynchronous as default into focus and truly make it a reality. I genuinely love elegant, memorable, and powerful questions. And from a communication and collaboration perspective, the one that you see here on the screen, I believe, is one of the best. And it's directly from GitLab's employee handbook. So let me read it for you. How would I deliver this message, present this work, or move this project forward right now if no one else on my team or in my company were awake? Maybe they're at SaaStr and they're not replying to their messages as quickly as they could have. You know, how do I move work forward? This is it. This quote, this question underpins the async mindset. And their employee handbook is 13,000 pages. That is not an exaggeration. It's an open code repository. It's way too much to read end to end. But I really do believe that if you practice this question, if you personally practiced it, if your team started practicing it, or ideally as it scales up to the company, you will get pretty far along in your async journey. But I think that there's some other best practices that I want to cover from them as well. A single question can't answer it all, unfortunately. So a few other async best practices that they have is one that's called share knowledge. They make information transparent and available to every employee by default. Like I said, their employee handbook is open source. Anybody can commit to it, and anybody can read it, including the public. You all can go to employeehandbook.gitlab.com. And they also have the practice of communicating publicly. We don't just send internal emails here, is the quote. Team Slack channels and then later team leaders actually decide what information needs to be permanently available and then integrated into that employee handbook, so they are always communicating publicly. And then they also clarify what needs to be synchronous. They are very specific about the times in which you should use synchronous versus describing all the times that you should use asynchronous, because that's your default. And we lost the slides. So what I would say is that by defaulting to asynchronous, if they were to have, all right, we're back, cool. I think I could have gotten it, the rest of the presentation. They specifically say, like, kickoff meetings, roles and expectations and deadlines is a really great use case of synchronous time. They also say that if you're communicating with clients, default to what they're comfortable with, so have client meetings synchronously, but everything else should be async. And then they also encourage every single employee, regardless if you're an IC or a leader, to challenge existing norms and assumptions. They actually go as far as to provide copy and paste text in their handbook to turn down meetings, saying that this just isn't useful for us to do synchronous, we should do asynchronous. So clearly, I am a big fan of that employee handbook, and that you all should go check it out if you're interested in a 13,000-page read. All right, so speaking of being a fan, I am also a fanboy of this company that you see up on screen. I think that we're generally all familiar with Figma. They are building delights and purpose and excitement in software that you don't really see as much these days. And they're also building products largely asynchronously. They're empowering their customers and users to do the same. So we've all heard the stories about building garages with Woz and Steve and Larry and Sergey and Hewlett and Packard, everyone in a garage. But what about building products asynchronously? What about building products distributed? I think that they've proved it with FigJam when they built it entirely remote and largely asynchronously. So Figma, like every other company, went remote at the beginning of COVID. And the pandemic, about 3 or 4 months into the pandemic, they were fully burnt out on meetings. Figmates started thinking about how do we bring products earlier into the product process, but we didn't want to do it with a ton of meetings all the time. So they came together, they started sharing ideas on how to connect, and what ultimately became the idea of FigJam that launched in 2021 is the opposite of what they did with their original products, their flagship products, which took years to build in stealth. They built from end to end in 6 months. That was out in private beta. So that was quick pace, and they also got high praise from harsh critics, which are designers. No offense to any designers in the crowd. So by using asynchronous, they were able to move very quickly. They accelerated feedback loops. They use it for internal and external feedback, and they also had better coordination across the board, ultimately enabling FigJam to get to market faster with higher confidence. So let's zoom into a couple different ways that they use asynchronous feedback. The first one is they did it for internal. They actually created a Slack channel called FigJam-feedback. And while most companies probably have that, what they did was they made it a public channel, and they proactively tried to get as many Figmates to give feedback in that channel as possible. And what that allowed for is what they said, that they had more representative voices across the entire company than they had ever had across different product experiences that they built, which led to faster feedback as well. They had all Figmates, not just PDE, give feedback. It was sales managers, it was their communication directors, it was their support team. Literally everyone across the company was giving feedback on FigJam. And it had over 100 unique Figmates and over 2,000 messages just in the internal dogfooding phase. And that included bug reports and feedback, new ideas, and small but really important details, like the fact that the support team member and their communication director both said that it was hard to pick a different color on Post-it notes, so everybody just kept using the same colors. Right? Like that's something that they cross-referenced across the feedback and was like, this is really important, and they were able to prioritize better as a result of that. And then on the external side of it, I thought what they did was really clever and smart. They actually created FigJam boards and had all of their customers give feedback asynchronously directly in FigJam. And that was alpha testers from companies like Discord and Netflix, Square, and Stripe. And by doing so, they were able to collect hundreds of comments, including video comments that were super rich in detail. And so the big takeaway here is that more asynchronous leads to higher volume, higher quality, and faster speed of feedback, which leads to better product faster. Again, naturally, have to talk about Loom. Right? This is our bread and butter. But we got employee experience down. We got building product asynchronously in the books. Now, how about hiring great teams? A quick show of hands in terms of who's struggling a little bit to hire for their teams right now. Yeah, I mean, it's almost universal. We're feeling this too. And so I wanted to share a little bit about some of the things that we do in our interview process that helps us hire really great people faster. And if you're not familiar with Loom, we're actually an asynchronous video product. So we allow people to record and send out videos not in real time. And we're also, to be clear, I wanted to establish the fact that we're a remote-first company. It's one of our 5 cultural values. And that doesn't just mean that we don't believe in offices and everybody's remote. We actually do believe in offices. We want to get people together. We want to enable them to socialize and have camaraderie. But remote first means helping everybody engage as a first-class citizen no matter where they are. And that means leaning into asynchronous in the same way GitLab has, including and especially during our interview and hiring process. So a huge benefit of hiring talent from a remote-first perspective is that we got to tap into a global talent pool from the earliest days, that we were able to find Loommates that have been on the team for years now at this point that we wouldn't have otherwise considered or other companies didn't consider. And this is changing for most all companies as we go to hybrid and remote, and you realize that, oh, this actually works. We don't have to be scared of it anymore. And so how do we set up our employees for success here? And I think that this is so exciting from a humanity perspective, which is divorcing physical location from opportunities. And I think that that should be an exciting prospect for everybody, is that we get to work with the best people no matter where they are. And I think that Mark Andreessen actually said it really eloquently, which is that we may at long last be able to shatter the geographic lottery, opening up opportunity to countless people who weren't lucky enough to be born in the right place. That's pretty profound, and it's something that we want to amplify as much as we possibly can at Loom. So today's market is that great talent have choices. That's why it's a struggle to hire people, is that they have choices. And what they're looking for is they're looking for great roles, they're looking for great brands, they're looking for great opportunities, and they're looking for a team that they can actually vibe with. And they want to find those companies and opportunities and brands that stand out. And so we think about how do we connect with our potential Loommates in a deep way during the interview process. And for Loom, remote has not been the rule, or it's not been the exception, it's been the rule for us. And we've needed to be great at remote hiring from the earliest days at Loom. And so 5 years doing it, it's not bad. We have a 93% satisfaction rating for our interview experience. So what specifically do we do in order to get to that 93%? We use our own product. We use asynchronous video, which helps us establish connection with candidates. It helps us better assess candidates during the interview process, and it helps us stand out from the crowd. And that starts with candidate outreach. We actually have a Loom video associated with every single job description that we send out. And we also have recruiters send personalized Looms saying what we like about their backgrounds and why we think that they might be a great fit. And so immediately, they should have watched at least one Loom before they have their first conversation. And this actually enables them to build a more keen sense of what it would be like to be on our team. I think it's humans. A lot of people quote that people are the most important thing when they're looking for their next role. So how do you get them insight into the people? you also give them more insight into the interview process. So they go into it eyes wide open of what it exactly is that we're putting them through. And then it also gives them a sense of what it's like to be a Loommate and how we work. And I'll get into that a little bit more. So specifically, one of the interviews that we do, and this is across all different positions, is that typically you have some sort of take-home that is part of your interview process. And we actually ask our candidates to do this asynchronously. And from our perspective, it's a win-win from both sides. It actually reduces our overall synchronous meetings that we have to do during the interview process. And it also helps candidates put their best foot forward. They don't have to rely on nailing it in those 45 or 60 minutes. That's make or break for their career. So we believe incorporating asynchronous video will have candidates present on their own terms, more so than they are right now, versus submitting an artifact and presenting live. And it allows us at Loom to get a better sense of their skills. So we also hear from candidates that it helps them feel more confident than doing a live presentation of their work. And I think that it's a huge bonus that it's representative of the way that we work at Loom as well. We tend to send out a Loom video before every meeting, so that way everybody's on the same page before that meeting. And that should be representative of how we do our interview process as well. And what this leads to is a 50% higher pass-through rate versus when we've done live take-home presentations during our Super Day process. And the reason being is that we take some of the interview process and we make it async, is that we review that take-home in advance of us scheduling that Super Day. And what this does is that it minimizes those unnecessary interviews by not scheduling the second or third interview after take-home as a stacked Super Day. We break that out. We do the review, we give them the feedback, and then we say, if you are a pass, then we'll come in and we'll just discuss what you sent in versus having you present. And candidates felt like by turning in asynchronous video, it was their absolute best shot, because unfortunately, sometimes we hear that people will record 3, 4, 5 times, and they want to put their best foot forward. But that also means that they probably would have done that first one synchronously, and maybe that wasn't their best version of themselves. So asynchronous is incredibly powerful. And so this is one of my personal favorites in the interview process, is the fact that we use Looms at the offer stage. We congratulate people on why specifically we're excited to work together for every Loommate who's part of the interview process. So it can be 5, 6, 7 Looms in a page that we send over to them. And this helped get prospective Loommates over the finish line. It builds a personal connection with them and the team, and it shows why we're genuinely excited to work with them. And genuine excitement is infectious. It really is. So you watch that Loom from somebody that's excited on your team, and you're like, wow, I could really see myself working together with them. So our acceptance rate is 72%, which is 11% above industry standard in a really tough market. All right, so the last example that I want to walk through is a platform called Upwork. I'm sure that you all have run into it as well, but just as a refresher, is that they are a freelancer marketplace. You can hire people for whatever tasks that you may need to have done, particularly in the knowledge work space. And they have leaned into asynchronous work in a really powerful way over the past few years and seen great results. They try and make collaboration more efficient. And that's not just for traditional full-time employees. This is for contractors. You're working with people that you don't really know. And the freelancer economy is booming. The Upwork stock was up over 600% in the last 18 months. So clearly, something is going on with the freelancer marketplace. And I think that this has massive implications for the modern worker, who is maybe more of a freelancer than they were traditionally, and the modern company who needs to leverage these resources in a way that they haven't had to traditionally. And so building the mechanics of a fully functioning productive team and how you compose outsourced versus full-time employees, and especially if you're doing outsourced, it might be on really difficult time zones, and so like that adds to the complexity, is difficult. And they said that asynchronous work is absolutely imperative to making these relationships work at scale. So what they saw in the limitations of synchronous early on is that they ran extensive surveys and they did quantitative and qualitative analysis. And what it actually kept coming back is that synchronous tools just weren't as effective as asynchronous communication, that they had 21% of phone calls that were scheduled through the platform were never completed for whatever reason. Could be freelancer, could be the client. They also said that any companies that provided a required meeting as part of their process actually significantly correlated to delays and slower project finish times. And so they even built a synchronous video conferencing product into their offering, and 57% of clients only use it once and never again. So synchronous was failing them. And what they did was they ended up putting asynchronous into the heart of everything that they did by providing content that the freelancers needed at every single stage and that the client needed at every single stage. They focused on the asynchronous component of it. And they generally used the practices that I talked about in the previous 3 examples. And what this led to was faster completion of multi-phase complex projects and a significant reduction of meetings across the board from their platform. And so the companies that can confidently leverage freelancer workforce with less meetings, clearer communication, and faster completion of projects will win. And they're gonna do it with async. So my hope for you all to have takeaways from today is, of course, the principles and practices of GitLab and Figma, Loom, and Upwork. But more importantly, that there's a bigger trend at play right now. And it's that we truly believe that we're in the earliest innings of exploring that there's a better way to work. That at Loom, we like to imagine a world where teams have time for focused and fulfilling work. We saw that with GitLab in creating space for deep work with fewer meetings and less burnout. And that individuals can be seen and heard. And at FigJam, giving equal voice to their customers and to internal teammates in order to make sure that everybody is on equal footing. And that organizations are more transparent and human. And this starts with engaged, connected global teams, enabling understanding and seamless communication. Asynchronous has been and increasingly will be the enabler of the modern work revolution. So now go forth and what the heck? It's supposed to be async, like asynchronous, not async with a tap and drain. This whole presentation should have been done asynchronous, because then I would have stuck the landing. I would have sent in the best presentation possible. I know, dad joke, sorry. Yeah, had to do it. So everyone here is now perfectly equipped to build a $10 billion company. So go forth and use asynchronous to do so. And thank you for attending my SaaStr talk.
Please welcome CEO at Intercom, Karen Peacock.
All right. Hello and welcome, everyone. It's great to see you all here. This is my first in-person conference in the last 18 months. And raise your hand if this is your first in-person conference in the last year or so, something like that. Fantastic. I would say the majority of the audience here. And the last time that I was here at this location, I was watching a mini rodeo and riding a Ferris wheel. And I hope today will be just as fun for all of us. And I think back to 2 years ago, we would never, no one in this audience would have ever predicted, I don't think, that we would be doing SaaStr outside at a county fairground. And you know, life is all about surprises. And it's what you do with those surprises and with those twists and turns in the road and how you drive momentum and accelerate coming out of those changes and use those changes to accelerate you that define who you are as a leader and who you are as a company. So I'm Karen Peacock. I'm the CEO of Intercom. Intercom is a customer communications platform, and we help companies connect with their customers, build strong relationships, drive growth, and scale. We help sales teams, marketing teams, support teams at companies like Amazon, Lyft, Atlassian, Shopify, and about 25,000 other customers as well. And before Intercom, I was the SVP of Small Business at Intuit. At Intuit, I helped to build one of the world's largest SaaS product lines at $2.5 billion in revenue. I'm also on the board of Dropbox. So it's these experiences and more that have taught me everything that I know today. And what I want to share with you is my top ways and top advice for you for helping you find that next gear. How do you accelerate? How do you shift to that next gear? I think a good analogy is driving a race car. I've never been a race car driver, though have gotten to do it on little mock courses, and I hope some of you have at times too. But the key when you're driving a race car is how you handle the curves. And if you're a race car driver and you're going into a curve and you kind of slow down into the curve and you wait till you fully get out of the curve, and when you're just going to be pointed straight ahead, then you step on the accelerator, you will have lost way too much momentum. You will never win the race at that point. The key is to accelerate at the right point in the curve, and that is at the apex of the curve, the curviest point of the curve. That is when you hit the gas. That is when you accelerate and win the race. So today, if you are here and your business is kind of hitting some bumps in the road and a curve, this talk is for you to figure out how to navigate through that. Today, if your business is flying, this talk is also for you because it's about helping you figure out how to avoid the curves that you can avoid and how to make the most of the ones that you can. This is relevant today, whether you're 1 million in revenue, 100 million, or 1 billion. Overall lessons apply. And so, in general, when you're driving, you know when you're about to hit a corner. So the question is, in your business, how do you know when you're approaching a corner? And the first key theme here that I'm going to talk about is you have to know your business. And if you know your business, I'm sure everyone here today knows the revenue of their business. And you know the growth of your business. And you have to go much, much deeper than that. Because the averages, those high-level numbers about your business, they hide the insights. Now, for example, when Jeff Bezos walks into a bar with 100 people, the average net worth per person in that bar is now over $1 billion. Is that useful? No, that average just completely hid all of the insights underneath that. And so what you want to go is go beneath the surface, and I'm going to tell you a story about how we did that at Intercom and the surprises that we found and how we use that to accelerate. In just a minute. And before we get into that, just want to set some baseline metrics for you guys. I'm sure everybody here knows their annual recurring revenue, or ARR, or monthly recurring revenue, that top-level revenue number. But the other two metrics that are just as critical, in fact, arguably more critical to know, are your revenue health. Specifically, your gross revenue retention, or GRR, and your net revenue retention, or NRR. And I'll tell you what those are if you're not familiar with them. So your gross revenue retention is the revenue that you have at the beginning of the period minus the revenue that you lose from customers who leave you during that period, minus the revenue that you lose from customers who spend a little bit less with you at the end of the period versus the beginning. And that ratio is your gross revenue retention. And by definition, the maximum it can ever be is 100%. And no company is at 100%, so don't worry if you're not. Next key metric is your net revenue retention, which is exactly like your gross revenue retention, except that you get to add in credit for all of your expansion. And that is for all of the revenue that you make from customers now that you had at the beginning of the period where you've built your relationship. That's your net revenue retention. Now, why do these matter? These matter because companies with strong revenue health, with strong net revenue retention and gross revenue retention, build themselves beautiful businesses. They tend to look something like this, where you have all of your customers that you brought in last year and they're growing with you on net, and all of your customers that you're bringing with you that you brought in this year and they're growing with you on net, and then the year after and the year after, and the whole thing is this like beautiful growing business, which is what we all aspire to. And if you don't have strong revenue retention metrics, you have weak revenue health, you end up in a hamster wheel of a situation, just trying to fight it out for every bit of growth with a linear or worse declining business. And that's why these revenue health metrics are so critical. They are how you see the turn in the road that's about to happen to you before it does. It's your crystal ball. Now, you can look at your revenue health overall, and that's good, but what's even more useful is to break that down by segment and to figure out your ARR and growth, and importantly, your net revenue retention, gross revenue retention by segment, by product, by type of customer. That could be your buyer type, could be your size of customer, your geography of customer, might be your sales motion if you have a self-serve part of your business and a sales-led part of your business, might be your acquisition channel. Break your business down into all of the ways that you see your customers having different experiences and get the insights there. And I'll tell you the story of Intercom and when we did this. We'd always done a pretty good job of understanding our total revenue growth, our revenue health at an aggregate level. But it wasn't until a few years ago that we actually took that and broke that down by product and by customer segment. And what we realized when we did that was that we had one product that we were actually very excited about and was growing well, that had much weaker revenue health metrics than the rest of our business. And in fact, the strength of our other products was hiding the weakness there. And similarly, on the customer segment side, we had one customer segment where the revenue health wasn't nearly as strong as for all of the other segments, and those healthy segments were covering up for the segment that wasn't as strong. And so that gave us a huge insight. We focused on that product and that segment, made improvements to the product, to the overall end-to-end customer experience, to the go-to-market, to the pricing and packaging, focused, and we're able to significantly improve the health of those businesses such that the entire company accelerated coming out of that. That is the power of this. This, at a high level, just to summarize, you want to look beyond the averages for insights. You want to first focus on the products and segments with strong revenue health. Double down there. And second, you want to figure out, fix, and then fix or get out of the parts of your business that are a leaky bucket. And at a minimum, you want to make sure that those do not become an increasing percent of your business, because if those start to grow faster than your other products and become a larger and larger part of your business, that is going to erode the health of your entire business. And you're going to move from that beautiful chart you saw on the left side of like ever increasing prosperity to the one on the right side of like hamster wheel. So you got to fix or get out of the places that aren't working for you. And this is literally a message from your future self. From 2 years from now, coming back and telling you today, segment the business, figure out what parts are working and what isn't. This is your crystal ball on how you figure out how to drive a stronger and stronger business. Now, some specific benchmarks that you can aim for or aim to beat, just so you have them in mind. And I'll credit Jason Lemkin here. And for those who are here, anyone who's not following Jason, I would encourage you to follow him on Twitter. Some of the things that we've seen in terms of benchmarks are for enterprise companies, so B2B SaaS companies selling to the enterprise. You want to have a net revenue retention of 120% or above. Oftentimes, the best companies are way, way above this. If you're selling to mid-market, 110 or above. Small business, 100% or above. And for consumer, it can really vary. But the point is, know these for your business, know these for your segments, and figure out your insights from there. Great. So that's the first key theme that I want to talk about. The second theme for us that I want to talk about today is that you have to know your customers. Your customers for your whole life as a company are your North Star. If you are ever not sure what to do, spend time with your customers. So Forrester put together a really nice infographic just kind of laying out how technology shifts have happened over time, starting in 1900 of the age of manufacturing, moving to the age of distribution, the age of information, and for the last 10 years plus, the age of the customer. And we're very much in the heart of that today, and every one of you knows that and is a part of that. And that's what SaaS businesses are all about, serving the customer, winning the customer over and over again. And in order to do that, you have to get to know your customers deeply. This is spending time with your customers, getting to know them one-on-one, understanding their hopes, their fears, and watching them use your product, watching them use all of the other things in their business too, seeing how those things do or don't connect together, seeing their pain and getting to work through it firsthand with them, and importantly, watching them. Which leads me to my next big takeaway. You have to watch what your customers do, not what they say. And I'll share with you a particular example that was very painful for me at the time, but it has just emblazoned this in my who I am as a leader today. And that was back a number of years ago when I was at Intuit. One of my early jobs there was as the head of product for QuickBooks. And I was so excited to do that job. And so I went out and spent time with customers and asked them what they wanted and needed, what did they most love about QuickBooks, what did they most hate about it, what did they wish for, and asked if there was just one thing that you could have and it was anything in QuickBooks, what would you most wish for it to do? And they said, budgeting. Budgeting is the thing that we most want. And we said, fantastic. We would love to build you an amazing budgeting tool. And so we started doing mock-ups and prototypes and brought customers in, and they were using our budgeting. And when they told us, yes, this is a great budgeting tool, we built it, we shipped it, and you know what happened? Nobody used it. How come nobody used it? That's exactly the number one thing they said they wanted, so how come they weren't using it? And so we went back to the North Star of our customers, and we watched them. And what we saw was that there was no moment in the day that a small business customer actually sat down and did budgeting. Budgeting is tomorrow's problem, never something that they actually spent time on. So why were they asking for budgeting? What was the real thing going on there? What we found out as we watched our customers more is that they did spend a lot of time looking either online or physically at bills they had to pay and invoices that they were hoping to receive in from customers and trying to match the two. And what we realized was that their key problem was, I can't pay my bills. And so our aha was, you must fall in love with the problem, not the solution. We had fallen in love with the solution idea of budgeting. The problem was, I can't pay my bills. And when we focused on that problem, I can't pay my bills, we built a simple cash management solution and a lending marketplace that was soon used by hundreds of thousands of small businesses. And so my takeaway here, and I share this with you all, fall in love with your customer's problem, not the solution. So that's the second key thing, really focusing on your customers as your true north, falling in love with the problem, not the solution. Now, the next thing that I want to talk about today is the hardest thing in software that nobody really talks about or thinks about upfront. When you're starting your company or when you're in your early stages, you're kind of thinking about, how do I create a great product? How do I really understand my customers and solve their problems, right? We just talked about that. Or you think about, how do I build a great team? How do I hire all the right people who can do even so much more than I could possibly imagine, who can really inspire our customers and build something incredible? What you do not think about upfront is pricing and packaging, typically, right? So this is a little audience participation. Raise your hand if you think today that your pricing for your product or service is excellent. Raise your hand. Okay, we've got one person, which is fantastic, and she's encouraging other people too at her company. So one company out of, however many this is, many hundreds. How many of you think your pricing could be better? Raise your hand if you think your pricing could be better. Yeah, it's pretty much everyone here thinks their pricing could be better. And that is because getting your pricing and packaging right is hard to do. And the fundamental principle that I would encourage you to think about as you're doing this is that you want to align your price to value. And what this means is spending time with customers and deeply understanding the value that your product is providing, and then figuring out how to price accordingly. So for customers who are getting more value, they'll be willing to pay a higher price. For customers who are getting less value, make sure you're not charging them too much. And you need to, importantly, make sure that the price you're charging is always less than the value that a customer is getting. So this is a principle that I use in general in pricing, and I think you can as well. However, it's still hard. So at Intercom, when we started, we had a very simple pricing metric, and we called it total people records. And that basically meant that we charged customers based on the number of contacts that they had in the Intercom database, which was your total people records, which was a perfectly fine and good way to start, and it served us well at first, and then it stopped working well. And it stopped working well for us for two reasons. The first of which is customers found it hard to predict, and no one wants pricing that's hard to predict, and customers also found it to be not very differentiated. And we ended up in a place where we had some customers who were using the Intercom product really deeply and really well, and were getting tremendous value, and where we weren't actually charging them very much, and where they would have been fine to pay significantly more because they were getting many, many, many times the value. So there are some customers that we were underpriced for, and then there were some customers that we were overpriced for. And that is where there were smaller companies or using the product less, where our pricing was actually more than the value that they're getting. And that's obviously not a place that you want to be in at all. And so we did an overhaul, start from scratch, go back to the principle, really develop that principle of aligning price to value, and came up with a pyramid. And I share this pyramid with you so it can be helpful for you in your pricing and packaging going forward. First layer and foundation of the pyramid is your pricing metrics. And the key here is to think about value. What is it that drives value for your customers? So it could be things like the number of seats of your product, it could be the amount of storage in your product, the amount of API calls, whatever it is. Think about what drives value and use this as your pricing metric. If you think about like a movie theater, for example, you walk into a movie theater, how do you expect to be charged? You expect to pay per seat, right? Because you get value based on the number of people who get to see the movie. If a movie theater did pricing based on height, well, that is a metric, that wouldn't make any sense at all because it doesn't drive anything about the value that a customer gets, and by the way, it would piss off all the tall people, right? So you want to figure out your pricing metrics that align to the value that you provide your customers. And this is something that you don't want to change often. This is not something that like every year a new pricing metric. This is like think about it deeply and set it out and have it for years. Next key layer here is packaging. And your packaging is how you take what you build and turn it into what you sell. And what I like to think about here is your customer segments. And you want every customer to be clear, for me, what is the package or the solution that is right for me? So you want to design your packaging based on your customer segments to figure out the key things that they need. And you can have different levels for your packaging. This is something you also don't want to change very often, but you can change it a little more often than your pricing metrics. When you've got a new product or a new add-on or a new customer segment that you're going after, that's a great time to relook at your packaging. And the third key piece of this is your price. This is the actual dollar value or local currency value that you're charging. So what you want to do here is you want to align your price to value by customer segment. So that's our key theme for the third area. Align that price to value by customer segment. And I would also say pricing and packaging is something that's never done. We've done a lot of work on this at Intercom, and there's still more that we think we can do and more that we want to continue to improve. So make sure you spend some ongoing time with customers thinking about the value that you provide and using that to keep getting better and better at your pricing and packaging. All right. The fourth and final theme that I want to talk about with you guys today is designing your end-to-end customer experience. We talked about this being the age of the customer. And while this started with B2C companies and consumers having these high expectations, every single one of your B2B buyers is a consumer in all of the other parts of their life. And so companies expect consumer-grade experiences. Consumers, of course, expect it, and all of your B2B buyers expect that as well. And a good litmus test that I like to think about in terms of the end-to-end customer experience is, if your friend had this experience, how would you feel about it? If you would feel proud or happy, terrific. Put a check mark in the win column for that particular part of your customer experience. And keep testing it, because every customer will have a little bit different experience. If you look at that and you think, oh, really not so pleased about this, then you've got work to do, and that is totally fine. And the key is to think about it holistically from an end-to-end way. And I always like to start with the customer. So start with the customer. Think about what matters most to them and what their experience is with you. And think about lots of different types of customers. Think about it from the moment when they first hear about your company and your product and your brand. Maybe it's from a friend or a peer. Maybe it's through some of your marketing. Maybe it's through an analyst. Think about, how do they first learn about you, and what are the expectations that they're starting to get set? What is the promise that you're making when they first come to your website and they learn about who you are and what you can do? What are they hoping for? What are you promising them you could do? If you have a sales process and they're talking to people on your sales team, what's your sales team telling them and promising them? And then how do you make sure that you're delivering on that? When they first start using your product or service, what's that initial experience? How quickly do they get that first moment of like, wow, and first moment of huge value? And what's their ongoing experience with you like? What happens when they have a problem? Who do they reach out to? What's the experience there? How do you set them up for success? And then how do you get them building a stronger and stronger relationship with you and get you able to deliver more and more value to them, and they're doing more and more with you over time? And this is the flywheel that great companies and great entrepreneurs aim for. And we talked earlier about retention and how important that is. So the big question is, how do you drive strong retention, right? Well, the way you drive strong customer retention is to build strong customer relationships and a delightful customer experience. And do that in a way that scales. And this is something we are super passionate about at Intercom, and that we have dedicated ourselves and our whole products to helping companies build personalized, in-context experiences that are also omni-channel and able to touch customers everywhere they want to be touched. Everywhere, that came out strange, didn't it? Able to work with customers everywhere those customers are. And so that means things like, when a customer comes to your website, having a personalized way of interacting with that customer. When a customer first starts using your product, having personalized onboarding. I don't mean like an individual, I don't mean like a one-size-fits-all, here are the 5 steps to take. I mean based on who you are, what you have done, what you haven't done in the product, what you've checked out on the website, a personalized experience for you that is great. And then an ongoing way to get help, to find out about new things, and to succeed within the product or wherever you are in an omni-channel way. And what we find is that when companies do this, they see tremendous results. They see 82% on average higher conversion when they engage with prospects on their website. And from engaging with their customers actually in product, in the application, they see 3 to 4 times the engagement rate of email. This is not like 10% better or even 50% better. That's like 3 to 4x. That is huge. And the reason it is, it's just it's actually very logical. When you reach out to a customer, when they're already thinking about you, already working in your product, and suggest something helpful for them to do as a next step or to learn more about, of course they're much more likely to engage with you than if you send them an email 6 hours later or 3 days later when they're not even thinking about you at all. So really, today, spam email sent out of context in a non-personalized way, what do you do with it? Like, I just go through and I clean it all out, and I look for products that can help me clean that out better and better. So outgoing email like that, voice calls really are a thing of the past. Things like when you asking your customers to fill out forms to tell you about who they are, that's a thing of the past. Gone are the days where you can expect your customers to submit some kind of support question, wait for some unknown period of time, get an email back when they're already doing something else, which, by the way, says do not reply to this. Like, do not reply to this. I'm your customer. I want a relationship here. And so what we find is that when companies have this kind of in-context, personalized relationship with customers and communicate to them where they want to, whether that's in product or outside, they see tremendous results. And I'll give you a few examples. These are a few of our customers, but the point is these are companies who are doing the end-to-end customer experience really well. So Atlassian, for example, does on-website engagement and in-app help and support. And what they find is doing that, they've been able to get to a less than 3-minute first response time, and that is their fastest channel to resolve issues. Unity, using on-site engagement, in-app messaging, omni-channel support, has been able to increase their conversion rates by 45%, and they now see almost a third of their retention coming from real-time messaging. And you remember that chart of like that great big growing business and the difference between that and the kind of like flat hamster wheel of a business? Like, they're attributing 32% of that difference to real-time messaging. Notion started doing this real-time in-app work just for support. And oftentimes that's a great way to start. Like, pick an area, whether it's on sales or marketing or support, try it out. And what they saw is it really worked. It drove significant improvements to their customer experience. And they started to roll it out then across their sales teams, their marketing teams, in addition to their support. And they've seen higher customer retention, satisfaction, and overall business growth. And the key to all of this is that customers expect consumer-grade experiences. We all here expect consumer-grade experiences, and that is a wonderful thing, both for us as consumers, but also for us as company leaders and product leaders, because it gives us a high bar to shoot for and drives inspiration and breakthrough thinking. And what it drives is the aha that personalized, in-context, scalable experiences win. And when your customers win, you win. So now I'm going to summarize everything that we just talked about for the last few minutes into one slide to rule them all. So, number one, you need to know your business. You want to go beyond the averages, dig in to understand the insights there, understand your revenue health by segment. You have to spend time deeply with your customers, watching what they do, not just what they say, and fall in love with the problem, not the solution. To figure out your pricing, which isn't easy, by aligning your price to value by customer segment, and really think deeply about designing your end-to-end experience. Make sure it's personalized, it's in context, it's scalable, because these kind of experiences win. So I hope this has been helpful for you today. We write a lot at Intercom. We'd like to really give back to the community because we've learned hard lessons along the way. You can find more at intercom.com and download our free growth handbook, as well as check out our Scale blog and Scale podcast, where we share this type of thing and many more learning and insights. You can also follow me on Twitter at Karen Peacock. And I want to thank you and wish you all the best. Thanks, everyone.
Please welcome founder and CEO at Expensify, David Barrett.
Hello, hello. All right, so I have a very small amount of content prepared, and I hope that there's going to be questions to make it much more interesting in the end. So I'm just going to ramble through what I've figured out, and then we'll go from there. So I try to come up with the most clickbaity possible name for this session, because I'm trying to think, how do you make unit economics exciting? And I thought Conan is always exciting. And I think that where I'm going from this is, I feel like so much of this conference is based around this like mythology of well-executed strategies. Like it's either modeled after like the Navy SEALs, like your team is highly trained, expert coordinated organization going out there and getting customers through spearfishing or something, or like these like well-organized Roman armies, whatever. I don't think the real world is anything like that. It's much more like Conan. It's basically you just have a group of people with giant swords and you're out there like trying to like get shit done. So when I think of like from an economics perspective, and when I think of sort of as Conan economics, it's much more about trying to create a business which just has the ability to execute in a sloppy style and always come out victorious. I would say that really kind of breaks down into kind of the two major pieces here. Like when I think of so much of this conference is about basically metrics as if they're there just to help you raise money. As if the whole point of this is you start a business, you raise money, and then you do work in order to raise more money, and then if you do enough more work, then you can sell your business. But like, at no point in the conversation is actually like making money to grow the business itself. Almost like it's just, we've forgotten that actually the revenue is also cash that you can spend, and the revenue you earn is actually more powerful than the money you raise. I was talking with another attendee earlier today, and we're talking about how the idea of raising money is celebrated, even though you should really view it like an obituary. When someone says basically like, oh, we raised money, you should say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you had to. Like, it's sorry that you had to like eat your own flesh. You're basically like self-cannibalizing your business to fund its growth, and that's not something we should celebrate. That's something we should lament. And so I think that, you know, the only thing that we should like lament is sort of, what's that great Conan line? It's like, I'm gonna crush my enemies, hear the lamentation of their women. It's like, that should be like your philosophy going into this. Like the only lamentation you should hear your competition basically crying out from pain because you're doing things that they can't. But if you're trying to beat them by just raising more money, that is not differentiated. There's nothing about your business that's like, raising money doesn't actually make you a better business. It just puts more money into your bank account. And furthermore, that money, unless you have a good plan to spend it, is worthless. So you shouldn't think of it in terms of, I sold my hand to get $100 million, hooray. You should think, I sold my hand to get whatever the results are of that $100 million to spend, which is probably nothing. Like the vast majority of what we do is we can spend, it's amazing how fast you can spend $100 million and accomplish literally nothing of any measurable value whatsoever. And that's what you actually got for the equity that you gave up, was typically nothing. That's why I think when it comes to thinking about economics, you shouldn't think about the economics that your VCs want or whatever. That's all bullshit. Like, they will invest if you have a strong brand, if your customers like you, and if you're growing to like top-line revenue. Nothing else really matters. Like all the CAC to LTV, none of that ever actually makes any sense. Like no business was actually built on that. Every business says it was built on that. No business was actually built on that. Every real-world business that you admire was built on a bunch of sloppy execution based on top of a business model that just had really great economics that allowed you that level of sloppiness. And so when I think of sort of the key things of doing that, is sort of two pieces. There's sort of your sword and your shield. The sword is really having a product-led growth business. Now, this is kind of a new thing, like a new fad for, to describe it as. But the idea of a product-led business is nothing new. Like, basically all of the businesses you admire the most, like the Googles, the Facebooks, even the Microsofts, the Apples, most of them, you didn't acquire their product because you saw an ad. Like, it's not like you're like, I'm really in the market for the best search engine today. Which one should I go through? I'm going to do like, go to G2 Crowd and like figure out the best search engine. Like, no, you already know. You know because it's already won through this incredibly profitable underlying business model, which grew not by acquiring through ads, it grew by acquiring through viral and product-led dynamics. And so if you have a product-led growth business, you have an underlying economic advantage over all of your competition. And that advantage, I think, can come out when you go to conferences and things like this. It's like, by having a highly profitable business, you can just squander money in a way. Like, we think of it in terms of what we called market consensus. So for when I started Expensify, for like the first few years, we didn't go to any conferences. We didn't do any marketing whatsoever. We were just entirely focused on acquiring customers directly through a viral business model. And it worked great. One day, we're growing, we have some money and things that's like, hey, I got a great idea. We should go to a conference. We should go to a conference and get some leads there, because like that's what everyone does. We showed up to like our first accounting conference like forever ago. And we're like, hi, we're Expensify. We do expense reports that don't suck. And they're like, oh, you're kind of like Tally? I'm like, who the fuck's that company? I've never heard of these guys before. They're like, no. Then we look at this, there's like this other clone company that's basically copying us and marketing themselves directly to accountants at accounting conferences. And we're like, well, I don't like this fucking stand. We need to crush these people. And so we realized our early advantage was all of our competition was using a traditional business model that can only has a margin of error, basically. Like, yes, all the numbers are fake, but they have to be faked within a certain range. And you can only lose so much money before it actually starts raising the eyebrows of investors and so forth. And so then when they were spending on ads, spending on conferences, they had an actual ROI target. They couldn't just blow money on it. But we could. We didn't give a shit about that conference, actually. Like the sum of all the leads we got in those conferences, we didn't even call. They were so insignificant compared to the leads that we're getting through our viral business model. So year one, we showed up at a tiny-ass little booth, and then we learned no one knew who we were. And so year 2, we showed up and we bought every single sponsorship in the conference. We got this giant spaceship booth. We got like, basically you'd show up at this conference and it was like Intuit, Expensify, and then everyone else, even though we're like so small. And so the difference, however, was everyone else in that conference was going to it with the expectation of getting leads that were worth money, that they're going to generate revenue and things like this. And so they just couldn't afford to go big like we could because their business model didn't have the same margins that ours did. But we just said, like, fuck it, we don't really care. We're just going to salt the fields of the entire accounting industry. So we did that for a year, and then we decided, you know what, actually, let's double down. Let's start our own conference called Expensicon. And they're like, what would a great conference be? We're like, well, it should be invite only to only the most important people at this conference. And furthermore, it should be all expenses paid in Maui. And so we like went to all the top people in this entire conference who went from like never hearing us before and thinking that we were basically a clone of this other company to suddenly we're flying them and their families out to Maui and to like hang out in the beach and basically come to our conference, which is just about us. And then we said like, and so that worked great. So suddenly we were like, we're the top of the accounting industry, even though we hadn't paid any attention to it before that. And then we're like the year after that, it's like, yeah, let's do that again, but this time in Bora Bora. And so we doubled down on this and had our Expensicon basically bring the top 100 accounting thought leaders in the world. But this time we say, and you have to work for it because you're part of our partner group. And so now if you want to be a part of the top 100, that means that you have to sell more Expensify. And we go to them for like months ahead of time. It's like, you're close. Your ticket's in jeopardy. You should probably sell some more Expensify. And so we actually had that conference fund itself from all the partners before they could even show up. And we could do all of this because we were willing to throw shit tons of money at it because it actually just didn't matter. Because we weren't trying to convince some sort of investor that we had some sort of CAC to LTV ratio. There's no one's personal job dependent upon making a number go from X to Y. We were just thinking about the big picture. When we think the opportunity is so big, there's like hundreds of millions of businesses in the world. Virtually none of them use any of this. The way we see it is the entire market's almost entirely untapped. And we need an economic model which will let us go capture the entire thing. So we think of this in terms of what we call market consensus. Market consensus, if you have a product-led business model, that means that your word of mouth depends upon, it's like a numbers game. You just have to have the most mouths talking about you. And you need to make sure if a friend is going to, if your user is going to refer you to a friend, you need to make that person look cool. Like no one's going to refer like the second or third option. They're just going to like, no, I'm not going to use that. That sucks. But if you refer them to something that is widely recognized as being the best option, you give them sort of like something to talk about with their friends and make them look cool. But you have to be cool in order to make that work. And so the key to market consensus is basically making sure that by and large, the market agrees that you're the best. And once you have that, then actually you get this huge inordinate advantage of all this inbound activity that you could never pay for. The price of all the leads that we get through our product-led growth model is incalculable. There's no way we could have ever afforded it at any point in time. And so I think the key to growing a business and the key to growing basically all the businesses that you admire has almost nothing to do with the metrics involved. The metrics are totally bullshit. They're there to fool yourselves into giving a sense of control and to fool others into thinking that you have a sense of control. But in reality, you don't. In reality, we're just out there swinging swords on the battlefield. Every day we wake up and it's like, what is the best thing I can do today? And it might be different than what you did tomorrow, and it might have bear no relationship to what you do the next day, but that's fine. So I think the key weapon that you have that you can use is have a business model which grows that the most important feature you will ever build is the one that signs up the next user. Because if you have that feature, then every user is just a little easier than the one before. If you don't have any viral lift to your product at all, every customer is just as hard as the one before. And that sucks. That world's awful. Build a business that actually gets easier at scale, not just stays the same. And also, I guess if you're talking about customer acquisition, whatever initial ads that you buy, you optimize the ROI, it's never going to scale. Because advertising is well priced. Basically, whatever ad you want to buy, someone else is willing to spend at a loss on that same ad. So you're basically, in any industry that's actually worth going after, there is some VC-backed company that's willing to basically lose money forever on every single ad. So if your business model is based upon buying each customer, you cannot do that profitably at scale. You might find a little angle here or there, like you're the first to advertise on TikTok or something like that. Like maybe, but you can't just like TikTok your way to $1 billion revenue stream. At some point, you need something that's inherently profitable. And advertising is not inherently profitable because everyone you're advertising against is basically losing money on that same ad. So I guess the last thing before I kind of jump to questions and just kind of yell it out is really think about the economics of your business as the most powerful weapon for long-term growth. It's not there to hit some ratio to raise the next round of money. It's there to build a business that's actually viable. And once you have that, you can crush your enemies in a way without even blinking because they care about the ROI of their spend at some point and you don't. All right, that's all I got prepared. Does anyone have any questions at all? Over here. You're going to have to yell real loud though. I can hear you great. Oh, cool. Yep. Sure. Sure. So to repeat the question for the feed, so basically, when people think product-led growth, they typically think consumer functionality, like Dropbox is the most classic example for this sort of thing. But like, how can you get product-led growth to work in a business environment where the individual employee is not the buyer? Is kind of like where you're getting to. Yeah, and I think that's the challenge. When we first started Expensify, no one thought this would work. Like I remember, basically every good idea we ever had, I was assured by every single expert was impossible and could never possibly work. But then we sort of just stumbled into finding ways to make it work. And I think that you can do this in every industry, and probably it's going to require creativity. For ours, we realized early on that every time you submit an expense report, you put us in touch with someone closer to the buyer than you. Basically, to your boss, to your finance department, and so forth. So we turn every single expense report into a highly targeted marketing message directly to the decision maker. That works for our industry, maybe not for yours, but there's probably some parallel. Now, the challenge, however, is everyone says, like, well, okay, that's great, but how are you going to get a bunch of employees to adopt an expense reporting application that the company doesn't endorse? Like, you're going to get people fired. That was what I was told early on. And I'm like, I don't think so, because I think that the vast majority of the world is just chaos. It's like our competition is primarily Excel, email, an actual manila envelope full of receipts, and like it's not fighting back primarily. And so I think the key is just, that's why we created a mobile app with a consumer design that could be adopted for free by individuals that solves a pain point that they have as an employee. And actually the employees hit expense reports way more than the admins do. And so trying to sell actually to a decision maker, expense management, that's very hard because they're kind of like shit about it. They're like, oh yeah, it's hard for my employees to get reimbursed? Yeah, that's good for me. And so we go to the people who are actually experiencing the pain point, give them a free app that they can download without permission, enable them to sign up before the decision maker, and then turn their activity into a marketing message to that decision maker such that the first time the decision maker hears about Expensify, it's not from us, it's from a whole chain of their high-paid employees basically advocating on behalf of it. We create basically an insurrection inside of the company to demand Expensify by name. And so that's taken us 13 years to work out, but I would say the earliest parts of that were worked out in like the first couple of years. And it all came by just refusing to give in to this idea that employees don't have power. Employees outnumber decision makers 100 to 1. If you can find a way to tap into them, you have a tremendous amount of power over that organization. And furthermore, none of your B2B competition is advertising to employees. No one's trying that model entirely. So that's why we're going after our market in a completely different way than everyone else in our industry. That's why everyone else in the industry like just loses money hand over fist their entire miserable existence, and ours is great. Next question. Over here. Okay.
So I'm just very curious to know, I think as CEOs we often feel a responsibility in our companies to make sure every voice is heard, and you come out with some very strong opinions on various topics. I'd love to know what your lived experience is that. There's all these like explosions, like the Basecamp recently. Like, what has it been for you? What's been the cost and the benefit of being a CEO that's very vocal about what you think?
Great question. So, yeah, that makes sense. So the question for the feed is, what was it? I'm not a shrinking violet CEO. Thank you, I think. But basically, like, how do you maintain a diversity of voices as a company, but still take strong social stances? Loosely. Yet I think that, I mean, diversity is a tricky thing because recruiting, attracting, retaining, and inspiring a diverse range of voices is super important if you want to have long-term sustained creativity. You can't have just like a group think in order to achieve sort of like one vision and go into it. Like you have to have a huge range of voices in every single discussion. And I think, so many of you might know, so Expensify took a pretty strong stance in the last election, basically saying, we mailed out 10 million users saying anything less than a vote for Biden is a vote against democracy. And so that was, as you might imagine, a little controversial. But we also believed it. And I think the way it kind of went down, and so I'd say, and a lot of people were like, holy shit, can you even do that? Like, it just, there must be some law or something that prevents you from doing that. And we're like, well, we did it, and we're still here, so I guess it's fine. But I would say it's not like that was the first time we actually ever took a stand, or more importantly, the first time we discussed complex topics internally. And so I think Expensify has a very diverse employee base all over the world. All political spectrums are represented. And so I think the key, as we kind of worked up to this, if that was like your first time, your first rodeo of like taking a stand, it would be chaos. But I would say early on, we had already basically talked about internal issues around diversity. We were active during like the BLM protests. Portland was, I live in Portland. Portland's our largest office. So we're engaging with protesters there, had a lot of discussions there as well. By the time it came to the elections, we'd already worked out a process internally that basically how to manage a complicated discussion to get everyone to participate. And so it worked like this. Basically, everyone in the company, if anyone wants to do anything big, me, anyone else, you basically go to a Slack room called What's Next, and you say, I think that this is a problem, and this is loosely the solution. Let's talk about it. And my problem was, it's like, hey, I think that democracy is crumbling before our very eyes, and that creates an adverse business climate because not many expense reports get submitted during a civil war. The solution is, like, we need to unelect the person who is driving all of this. And I threw that out in the company. Obviously, there was a lot of discussion about that. Oh, and I also had like, and here's a draft of a newsletter that I think we should send. Give it to the company. The whole company like tears into it. Basically, everyone goes into it, looks through every single like line of this newsletter. Everyone's editing it in sort of Google Docs and things like this. And then we created a separate room called the fact check room. The fact check room is if you have if the company needs to make a stand on something which is controversial and you disagree, go into the fact check room. And then it's basically the rules of the fact check room is you state something that was like David said this and I don't think it's true. Or David says this, is this true or false? And then everyone can go into a Slack thread and make one post without referencing anyone else in the company. There's no rebuttals or rejoinders like this. It's like, make your strongest argument. Is this true or if this is false? And share your evidence. And then people jumped in. This is like, whatever it is, like the various statements involved. And then we have basically a group of our employees, which we call our top tier. Several different ways to get there, but you've been there for a long time, you're generalists, things like this. And then we had a vote, basically like, is this the official company position, yes or no? And then so we actually voted as a company as to what do we think the company's stance is on these particular things, and then we're going to act on that. And then at the very end, then we had another vote. It's like, okay, we've all crowdsourced this newsletter. Should we do it, yes or no? We need like a super majority of this group to actually like vote yes. And we had a very slight super majority. We're like, great, we're going to do it. And I think that the key for all of this is to recognize that this is a company stance. This is not, and my one regret for this whole thing is I signed it as myself, which implies that this is just my personal view when it's not. It went through a process to make it the company's view. And everyone recognizes that the company is different than ourselves. And so it's possible to disagree with the company and still like the company. And so I think that we sent this newsletter, and we haven't lost anyone over it. We had no internal churn. It's been very clearly good for business. And so it's actually been a great thing overall. I think I'm out of time, actually, but it's a real pleasure talking to you all. Come stop by our booth, and I'll be here for a little bit. So thanks, everyone.
Please welcome co-founder at Laika, Eva Pittas, and Global Open Finance Lead at Plaid, Daniel Kahn.
Well, hello everyone. It's really great to be here today. My name is Eva Pittas, and I am founder and COO of Laika. Laika is a unified compliance platform for information security and privacy compliance. Prior to forming Laika, I spent over 20 years at Citigroup. I ran IT risk and control for the institutional business, and that included vendor risk management. Over the last 7 years, I've been working with technology companies and really helping them get enterprise ready, ready for that process, which is, basically allowed me to see both sides of that table. I'm really excited to be here today with Kahn.
Thanks, Eva, and thanks everybody for coming out. Excited to be here today, talk about secrets of the enterprise buyer. Like Eva, I come from a financial services background, so I worked at Capital One prior to joining Plaid in 2016. Plaid is a data network for user permission financial data. We connect to 11,000 financial institutions and then have about 5,000 fintech, startup, and enterprise clients. And I've spent a lot of time working specifically on the financial institution side of things. So excited to talk about that process.
Yeah, great. So we'll get to it. So Dan, you've spent over 5 years at Plaid, and Plaid has been really instrumental in spurring this explosive growth in fintech and innovation in financial services, stitching together the financial institutions and the fintechs. You've worked with a lot of companies, right? The biggest, and then a lot of smaller companies. And I'm just curious, what is it that helps companies really create trust with their enterprise buyers? What have you seen?
Yeah, so at Plaid, we're fortunate in that we were a developer-first company. So we were created by developers for developers. So all of our early sales were really straightforward. Mm-hmm. We were the buyer. Mm-hmm. And generally, it was pretty easy for us to talk to that type of profile of customer. But as we got bigger, as the service became more established, we started to need to talk to folks like enterprises and especially financial institutions. Mm-hmm. And the challenge with financial institutions, if anybody's sold into banks before, is the first question at almost any bank pitch meeting is, what other banks are using this product? And when the answer is none, that's a really difficult place to start.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen the same. If you have not had those conversations, you haven't sold in, it's a difficult place to start. So in that, what have you seen is really important to getting that first deal? Yeah,
so in the fortunate scenario where your company already exists and you have non-financial services customers, ideally somebody at the bank, whether it's an innovation team, an executive, or even somebody junior who just brings it to the attention of the leadership team, will see that your solution is deployed in other places. You're demonstrating real value, and your product is not vaporware. In financial services, there's a ton of vaporware, so anything that's real and can add value, improve the user experience, increase conversion for new signups, that's something the bank is going to be interested in. But then when you talk about how do we actually get through that front door, it's a lot more of a challenge because it's not going to be a click-through agreement where they just sign it on day one.
Yeah. Absolutely. Certainly I was in that vendor risk process, and there are many steps to go through once you do have that champion who does understand the value, wants to work with that company and that innovative technology. And yeah, happy to talk about next, that process really, and what that looks like.
Yeah, so you mentioned the champion. That's always going to be key to have a senior executive who's going to sponsor you. You want to be able to demonstrate value and ROI, have some way that the company can test, whether it's in a sandbox or some other type of virtual dummy data. But then also, one of the things we want to talk about a lot today, and the reason we're on stage with Laika, is because commitment to security is something that financial institutions care a lot about. Mm-hmm. There's quite a bit of regulation, there's emerging standards in the space, and it's something that really is becoming an issue for the entire ecosystem.
Yeah. Yes, I would say for the entire financial services and what we're seeing pretty much all large enterprises right now, demonstration to security, to compliance, and much more growing need for privacy as well. So now we're introducing the gatekeepers. I think we see those there, and there are definitely gatekeepers of the enterprise procurement process. And I just want to talk a little bit, I guess, about what it was historically. Historically, the enterprise procurement process was pretty simple. Like a business owner had a problem they wanted to solve, they were looking for a solution, they chose a vendor that they wanted to work with, and then the process was pretty much, for procurement was onboarding that vendor, negotiating price, sorry. And that has since changed. In certain industries and in financial services, it is regulatory driven. In other industries, it really is business driven. And what we see now is a number of gatekeepers that have emerged. Those gatekeepers are information security, they are legal, compliance, and risk. And they care about different things than the business owner do. They are true gatekeepers. So I was a gatekeeper at Citigroup. I ran vendor risk management. But since leaving Citi 7 years ago, I would say that the gatekeepers certainly have more teeth and more decision power than they did at that time. The gatekeepers predominantly care about protecting the franchise. They care about managing risk, reputational risk, operational risk. They care about, compliance, really complying with laws and regulations. And so they have certainly a different lens, and they report into different parts of the organization as well, at some times directly into the board of directors. And so those gatekeepers are there to ensure that a vendor is ready to work with a large enterprise. And so the only other thing I will say on this part is if vendors, and I talk to procurement shops quite often, and I'm just curious if you see this as well, a business owner may really love a great technology, but if they are not ready, they don't have a security program, a compliance program, then they will not really get them through that process. They're going to stop right before that labyrinth that you see.
Yeah, we were joking backstage before this about how these are really like the 4 horsemen of the procurement apocalypse. So legal, infosec, risk, compliance, they can all kill your deal. Yeah. And anybody who's on the sales side of this knows that it's different working with banks, working with large regulated financial institutions. As you said, they're franchises. They have trillions of dollars sometimes of customer assets to protect. And you have to start thinking about them as a first-class constituent when you're selling into these enterprises. One of the other things that we're seeing is people starting to work on security earlier and earlier in their journey. If you ask our CEO at Plaid, pretty much every speaking opportunity he gives, he talks about security as the most important thing at our company. It's the thing that keeps him up at night. And I think we also see the world changing from security as check the box to something that's continuous. So talk to us a little bit more about what that looks like.
Yeah, I think thank you. I think continuous monitoring, continuous compliance is absolutely something we're seeing across the industry. Is not a one and done. We know that enterprise procurement shops are really looking at an ongoing monitoring of the vendors that they work with. And what that means is they're monitoring negative news. They're making sure that if you promise them a SOC 2 report, that you're delivering it. If they identified remediation items, that you're actually remediating those things. And at the end of the day, back to protecting the franchise, there's cybersecurity risk, there's reputational risk. That's why they're monitoring negative news. And there is a need for tooling, and certainly Laika and our competitors are providing automation opportunities so that even young companies that don't have the resources can effectively put in place a strong program, and then manage it on a regular basis to satisfy their enterprise buyers, really.
Yeah, and I think the other piece of this, when we talk about security as part of the journey, is when you sign the contract, you will have reached certain obligations, like having a SOC 2 agreement.
Yeah.
But that's really just the start, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely the start. I think a SOC 2, it's not a one and done. You don't get the report once and then wait and do it again. It is something you have to continue to grow and mature in your program, because SOC 2, and for those of you that know this, there are multiple trust services criteria. Every company is very different. And as your relationship grows as a vendor, you want to sell into more business units. You're selling a new product line into the company and into the enterprise. The risk associated with your company, that vendor grows. And so the program and the SOC 2 report needs to continue to grow as well and evolve, I would say.
And talk to us about the emerging world of regulations, standards, and frameworks. Obviously, we have a really strong opinion within the financial services world, but you see a much wider range of industries.
Absolutely. So, if you're a SaaS company, and everyone here it's interesting. You're selling, we see all these standards, there's frameworks, there's best practices. Sometimes it's very unclear.
A lot of acronyms.
Yeah, what are those things? And what applies to me? Do I need a SOC 2? Do I need ISO? If I am selling into education, does FERPA apply to me? It's an education privacy framework. If I'm selling into healthcare, do I need high trust? Do I need a HIPAA compliant? Not HIPAA compliance is a basic, but do I need high trust? And so it's quite confusing to figure out that landscape and to determine really what is the right framework for me. What I am absolutely seeing, and I see this for like some of the biggest tech companies, they want more and more of these badges, if you will, these badges to put on their websites. And the reason is, you see up here HDS France. If you're moving and scaling into like the French market and you have health data, there's a health data standard now, and you need to be able to demonstrate compliance with that.
And so what are you seeing from the regulators on that front?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like if you take a look at their significant growing concerns, you see them there. Last year alone, there were 280 cybersecurity bills that were introduced in the US. Bills, that again, they're not very clear. We can go into the, prescriptiveness of some of the requirements, but there's a need, right, for more regulation. We know that. What's not up here is like 82% of countries actually have privacy regulations in place. For the first time ever, the OCC, the Fed, and the FDIC has issued unified guidance. This is the first time they've ever done this, and it's unified guidance around managing third-party relationships. And the reason for this unified guidance is there's so much interconnectivity, right? And we'll talk a little bit more about Plaid, right? But you have third parties, and you have fourth parties now, and fifth parties, and it extends. And so the guidance is really meant to harmonize because it's confusing.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about financial services, this is one of the biggest areas of opportunity. So going back to who Plaid is, what we do, as I mentioned, we have 11,000 financial institutions that are in our data network that are data providers. We have over 5,000 customers that are data consumers, but the lines are blurring over time. Some of these small fintechs, like a Robinhood or a Chime or a Betterment, are now actually large data providers. And at the same time, the biggest financial institutions like a Chase, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, American Express, Citi, they want to consume the financial data. And the regulatory guidance is still not 100% clear on what is the definition of a third party versus a fourth party. So we, Plaid, might have a direct relationship with somebody like a Chase, where we've announced a data access partnership, but then Plaid has these 5,000 clients, and is it Chase's job or Chase's regulator's job to supervise and monitor those fourth parties? That's one of the things we're talking about here today. And this is a proposal that's very early on. We'd really love if people come up and talk to us afterwards. But we've been working with Laika, as well as some of your competitors, Plaid, some of our competitors in the industry, to develop something that's called Open Finance Data Security Standard. It's analogous to the payment cards industry data security standard, but that's really focused purely on payments, not transmitting financial data like all of your transactional history or your investment accounts. The idea of the standard is that if we work as an industry, we can focus on cloud native, day one, startups that really want to improve security, don't want something that's just a check the box activity, vendor compliance, fill out a questionnaire once a year and never see you again. It's actually something that can level up the industry. And, you know, not to rag on PCI DSS, but they ask questions like, are there locks and keys on your server cabinets?
Right.
That was developed clearly about 20 years ago. If we start with a cloud native framework, we can actually ask better questions that get startups thinking about this on day one and actually improve security in the ecosystem.
And absolutely, that's something the regulators will absolutely be supportive of. I know there are lots of talks with the regulators, but you know, when you have an industry-driven solution like this, and yes, PCI DSS is 20 years old, but it is much more powerful than a regulator coming in at the top and pushing down requirements and prescriptiveness. Ultimately, that creates more bureaucracy than anything that is that is industry driven. I think the regulators also like to have one point to hold, or choke to hold, as we say.
One throat to choke.
Yeah, throat to choke, and this allows, you know, really allows for that. Right?
Yeah, and I mean, I think we really do look to stuff like the payment cards industry, where Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Discover, they were asking merchants the same types of questions every year, and it really was arduous for the merchants to comply with that. They unified around a single standard, and then the government never actually even had to define anything because it was industry driven.
That's right.
And if you look at the credit card industry today, trillions of dollars are being processed. There's every year more ways to make the industry more secure, but it really was industry first, not top down from the government. So just kind of moving to the takeaways section, what are the biggest lessons for you when you think about selling into enterprise buyers?
What I would say is the first point there is check the box security. It certainly won't land and retain it won't retain enterprise deals. The reason I say the retention piece, and we touched upon this earlier, but there are specific regulations and requirements now that say, you know, if a vendor doesn't hit certain, you know, check boxes, that an exit strategy must be executed. And that didn't happen years ago. Years ago, you had relationships with your third parties, and that was a relationship that you had for quite a long time. It took a long time to offboard that. That is not the case anymore. And so really maintaining a strong program that demonstrates also the integrity of your business and your product, and demonstrates that you really understand the enterprise buyer and their challenges, right? Because the regulators are also expecting this type of you know, diligence and rigor over the companies that they partner and they work with. So I think the key thing for me is check the box. The security, you know, doesn't make sense. And the bar for InfoSec and data privacy, it's already high. It's growing. There will be federal regulations, right? We saw CCPA. Other states are coming suit. There will be some federal requirement. We already have GDPR, but the bar is rising. And I think the vertical specific guidelines and more prescriptiveness is really critical. And I think, you know, continuous sort of ongoing sort of support and monitoring of all of these obligations is really, really, really important.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that last one is the biggest key for me, which is why we're so excited to work with companies like Laika that really are focused on continuous security engagement, because if you build that function out as a first-class function from the early days of a startup, it's going to be easier to hit all of these compliance bars at that later point in time. You're going to be in the conversation with regulators, influencing the conversation, and it's not going to be something where you have to go and re-architect your entire company how things are done.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably a good place to close. Thanks, Eva, and thanks everyone for joining today.
Thank you. If you have any questions at all, we're going to be at the Laika booth, which is booth 410. Dan and I will be there for a while, and we'd love to see you there, so please stop by. Thank you.
Please welcome co-founder at OpenPhone, Daryna Kulya, co-founder, CTO at AgentSync, Jenn, and partner and COO at Craft Ventures, Brian Murray.
Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. Let me sit up on my throne here. I'm Brian Murray. I'm partner and COO at Craft Ventures. I've had the extreme pleasure of working with my two guests here, Daryna Kulya, co-founder of OpenPhone, and Jenn, co-founder of AgentSync. And if there's one acronym I've heard over and over and over at this conference, it's PLG. So we might as well talk a little bit more about that, and actually why maybe it's not always a great idea. So I got the slides here. Okay, wanted to set the table a little bit. I think the reason why this PLG meme is just so resonant is because there's something real to it. There's clearly been a trend in how software has been delivered in the B2B space. We pulled up some charts here. So on the left, you can just see the number of PLG IPOs since 2012. It's been hockey sticking. Similarly, the performance of these stocks relative to NASDAQ index or just general tech stocks, PLG seems to see some outperformance. So for good reason, we're talking about this, but we should think more. My view is that we should think a lot more critically about what we're like. What is PLG? Why is it so important? And that's what I've got two experts here to lead that discussion today. I'm going to zip through these slides, but in the most distilled version, the way I think about PLG is look at a product's website. Does it say try it, or does it say talk to someone? Get a demo or try for free. That's usually what you see, and that sort of distinguishes a bottom-up PLG company from a ABM, account-based marketing, or sales-led company. So again, just to set the table, a few of the merits of PLG. Usually it's high margin lead gen, shorter sales cycles. You get some marketing and brand externalities, and it forces you to have a very good product. On the other hand, it forces you to have a very good product. So you can't hide behind anything. You have less control of your sales cycle. I used to work at Yammer. The sales team would often complain that their biggest competitor was a free version of Yammer. So you introduce that competitor, which is yourself. But rather than me ramble on about this, let's turn it over to the experts. So I want to start with Jenn again, co-founder of AgentSync. Jenn, I want to hear a little. You guys have been absolutely crushing it. So congratulations on all your success. Not a bottom-up company.
Nope, not at all.
But you've worked at plenty of bottom-up companies.
I have.
So would love to hear about your history. So how what happened before you and Niji started AgentSync, how you guys have thought through, your go-to-market motion. I'll have a few follow-up questions from there.
Yeah. So my co-founder and I met at LinkedIn. He was in sales operations. I was in sales systems, and that was where we learned actually quite a bit about sales-led growth. LinkedIn has that on the recruiting side of the house in a massive way. So we were there in 2011, and that's where we met. I went from there to Dropbox and then to Stripe and saw the journey of product-led transitioning into a portion of the business being sales-led. And then we started AgentSync together in mid-2018 and really brought it to market in early 2019 and kind of accelerated from there. We focus on back office software for insurance carriers and agencies. It's all around distribution management and onboarding, which might be terms that are foreign to many people in this room, but needless to say, the back office of insurance is not a very tidy place and is still filled with spreadsheets and really inefficient processes. So our product was really tackling licensing administration, how do you bring agents into your company in an efficient way, and it is a business application. So there is no really bottoms-up motion there. We had to have a product that could get the frontline licensing admins interested and excited, but they aren't in control of buying new software. They go through procurement. We go through massive RFPs. We're talking about selling to large enterprises. So that try it for free was not a great motion for us to start, and that's not where we started out.
And I think one interesting part of the AgentSync story and related to PLG is oftentimes a new startup needs to go PLG to prove themselves, to earn credibility. Like, look, here's the great product that we've created. Since you guys didn't have that, how did you earn credibility from day one?
Yeah, it was a good question. So Niji had a lot of connections in the space from his time at Zenefit, so he went through that roller coaster a little bit, with Brian's familiar with. And we started by bringing a MVP to market that was pretty lightweight, but testing a hypothesis about what was working. And we went to the community of licensing admins we knew, and we said, is this at all exciting? There was also a lot of, why are you tackling this? This is weird. Other people have solved it. But once we started to figure out how to frame the conversation, it was finding a few friendly faces and selling into those, getting that momentum, and then figuring out how to branch out from there. So we're a very niche vertical. But once we found that fit and found that voice, it helped Niji go out. He was at that point all of the go-to-market and kind of get that ball rolling. And then it took toppling a few insurtechs and Hub, which is one of the largest property and casualty agencies in the US. And once we got those logos, that opened the door for the rest of it.
Awesome. One more question for you before we turn it over to Daryna. So it's interesting what we're looking at on the slide here. Tell us a little bit about that, and also how your thinking around PLG has evolved now that you guys have a lot of different product lines. What's been the arc there, and what are we looking at on this slide?
Yeah, so we're looking at our amazing transformation of our call to action over the last year, which is, it hasn't changed. We are evolving, a lot of how we've built out the sales team and, the different layers there and some of the other motions we have in play. But effectively getting a demo and having someone walk you through this process is the most powerful motion for us. We are starting to actually experiment more with proofs of concept and kind of the try it for free version in the enterprise, which is how do I give you the tool in not a trial, in truly a proof of concept. And we have a way that we're built on Salesforce that allows us to do that rapidly, which has been kind of fun. It's not PLG in the traditional sense, but it is we get you in the conversation, and then we do let you try it for free for a little while. We're also starting to think about a product that is more broker-facing or agent-facing, and I appreciate that will change for us. We can't ask them to get a demo. That's going to be something that we have to explore. So it's a muscle we'll have to build as we expand out our product. But most of what we've been doing is experimenting with better ways to demo, more bespoke demos that we can hand off to people so they can use them, and then really have that power the sales cycle.
Awesome. Yeah, let's talk about demos in a bit. Daryna, over to you. So AgentSync, the story with Craft and our partnership with AgentSync, many of us at Craft worked at Zenefit, so we knew Niji and the founding story and the problem they were solving. But had we not known that, it would have been hard for us to really get a grasp on the product. OpenPhone, on the other hand, we were able to try it right away. As soon as we met you guys, the first thing we did was we tried the product. And so tell us a little bit about first of all, what you guys are doing, and then how your evolution of thinking around distribution has evolved over time.
For sure. Sorry, I was told don't bring it too close.
Ice cream cone.
That's right. Hi, everyone. So maybe to start, and yes, Brian, now that you mention it, you did try it right away, which is quite interesting if you're talking to an investor and then they've already been playing in your product, so you're like, okay, you know everything. What can I tell you about this product? You've done it all. You've seen it all. So maybe first a little bit about OpenPhone. In the most simple way, we give you a business phone number in an app. So pretty straightforward. The reason why we started OpenPhone is that both me and my co-founder, our parents are small business owners. And I know I've seen my dad panic over not missing any call, like literally dinner time, no matter what, he picks up every call. And what was interesting is we saw that so many businesses rely on the phone, and I mean voice and messaging, as a critical channel, as their really lifeblood, yet the solutions on the market are either incredibly complicated, you can't use them, they're just horrible. And we just thought it was crazy that something so important was not done in a very elegant and modern way. And we started building it. We also saw a lot of businesses, a lot of people using their personal phone number for business, and that is a bad idea, and no privacy and just a mess, no way to collaborate with your team. We thought it was just something we had to solve. And from the get-go, as a team of 2 people, you can imagine, we did not necessarily think that we could build an enterprise phone system and sell it to banks, right? We saw the problem with small businesses, and we thought, okay, we can build an app. So the early version of OpenPhone was very focused on solo proprietor. It was very, and thank you for the slide, this was our early website, and this was the product. I mean, right now, we're across platform on all devices, but we started with an iOS app. And we found product market fit there first. From a distribution perspective, because we focused initially on solo proprietors, we didn't even think of doing sales because your ACV is pretty low. Also, the whole idea here is that you can try something immediately and it's low friction. That is what we wanted to disrupt from seeing our competitors. So I think our initial go-to-market was very natural. And yeah, get started for free. That was our CTA. It's still our CTA. And I can tell you from the evolution perspective, when we, what we learned is that as we introduced a multiplayer mode in the product, as we introduced OpenPhone for Teams, we learned that we have another motion here, which is land and expand, which is beautiful. You start with a couple of people on the team using you, and then you grow within that company. So as we introduce that motion, we have introduced a call to action called Talk to Sales. It's still a secondary call to action, but it's there, as you can see. And you know, we've actually we have 2 of my colleagues here on sales and CS. We have introduced those motions. We've hired folks to offer that sort of sales assist and help our customers be more successful. But this was kind of you know, we couldn't have started here when we were a very simple product for solo proprietors.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is a convergence story between the 2 business models, right? So Daryna, your ACV was low, so it really just didn't make sense to have sales-driven go-to-market. But now you're moving up market, ACVs are growing, people are expecting that touch point, so now you're exploring sales assist. And Jenn, interesting for you guys, you've done a very good job penetrating your market, and now you're exploring how a PLG or demo-like thing can. What is that going to do for you? What do you think the main merits of that are for AgentSync at this point?
Yeah, there's 2 areas that we're thinking about it for. One, long tail of agencies. So there's a product space, and I think it's ACV driven, right? Where it's not going to make sense for us to do a pure sales motion. And so as we think about evolving our product, kind of the reverse direction of where OpenPhone has been to go to agencies that have 2, 3, 4, 5 agents. That motion is going to need to change. The other thing that we have been figuring out is we are a different way to approach a known problem. And so what we've found for some of our larger enterprise customers is that they're excited about it in theory, but they really do need to get their hands on it because they need to see how the team is going to change their motion. And it's really powerful for us to be able to give them a try it for free motion that is, you know, a month long. It's a little bit of a more involved thing there, and there's a lot of work that we have to do on our side to make that work. But we've figured out that that's a really important step for us as we're helping people understand how they're going to map their current world into a new world or shift things around and get them confident that the capabilities are there. We have a pretty complex product with a lot of regulatory obligations matched to it, so. You need to win up and down the team to make sure it gets traction and gets going in the right way, and that's where we've started to shift that motion. And
amongst the sales team, what's been the impact to them? Are they changing their motion? Are they changing the way they interact with their prospects? Has that been difficult? Any learnings there? Our VP of Sales has a great saying, which I was thinking a lot about coming into this, which is that we do a lot of team selling. And that's been a big part of our motion from the start, which is they go out and they are understanding what the customer's problem statement is, working with our customer success team. We have a customer solutions engineering team. When we were much smaller and it was just me and Niji, it was product and engineering and sales and support all together, thinking about how do we make this the most successful conversation. So I think there's a sort of false sense of like there's a lone salesperson out there kind of making up for everything that's happening in the product and they're going to kind of get it over the line. It's like there's a whole team of people who come together, and that's what we've really figured out how to fine-tune, or we're starting to figure out how to fine-tune and then evolve the composition of the team for larger enterprise deals. And in insurance, some things are 2.5 year long deal cycles, so you have to get ready and you have to be creative on how you're tackling that. There's not one motion. Yeah. And Daryna, for you, since introducing that second button, Talk to Sales, tell us a little bit about how that's affected the company culture, how's here from the sales team, how you guys are interacting with your clients differently now that you've embraced this more high-touch customer experience.
Absolutely. I think that for us, it's so you see a Talk to Sales button, but I think behind it is really this approach of really helping our customers. I think because like you mentioned, with a try for free CTA, anyone can try the product. So for you to talk to sales. Sales is not there to show you how to click buttons or say we have this feature, we don't have this feature. Sales is really there to add value and help you solve your business problem. And we also have paired sales with customer success. So really the idea here is that you can absolutely do most of things without talking to anyone on OpenPhone. In fact, we have a lot of documentation. Our support portal is really well documented. We have also videos and so much content. You really, in most times, you may not even need to talk to anyone. But when you do, we are there to help you on a more strategic level versus just kind of training you how to use our product.
And the interplay between customer success and sales is super interesting for PLG companies, right? Because they're already using your product. You want them to be successful, but at some point you want to have a commercial conversation with them. So and I've seen all different flavors of this, different companies. How is OpenPhone approaching that?
Yeah, so the way we're approaching it is that, and I also want to say this is very new for us. We are in the early stages of this. Our philosophy is that when you are a customer at a certain threshold, we have our dedicated customer success manager help you get the most out of the platform. And really the goal there is helping you, you sign up for the product for a certain reason. You have a certain problem you want to solve. Let's really make sure we solve it for your organization. And sales comes in when there are barriers, hurdles, when there is that commercial discussion needed. But sales interacts in a different way there versus with a net new customer who signs up through that form.
Right. It's more, obviously, they're more intentional about talking to sales. The button literally says talk to sales. So
that's right.
I think you can make some assumptions there.
Yeah.
So Jenn, for you, how does, with the more traditional go-to-market motion, are you bringing customer success in pre-sales in any cases? And then also, how are you all handling expansion? Since you have a variety of product lines, there's a lot of upsell potential. How have you figured out the team dynamics at AgentSync?
Yeah, it's evolving on the dynamics, but CS has been involved. They get involved in customer conversations pretty early around scoping out implementation and thinking through those details. So we sit in a kind of complicated value chain in the back office, and it's really important for us to know going in what customers would consider true success, which is usually being integrated with some system upstream, some system downstream. We want to make sure we're going into that eyes wide open. What can AgentSync do? Where are we feeding data? Where are we consuming data from? More technical conversations in that lens. And so sales has sales engineering support, and then customer success early days would just come in and help with that. And it helped start the conversation and get familiar faces on the phone. And I have a team that actually is on the engineering side of the house, which is there just to do very specific solutions engineering for customers as they come on board, so that we can make sure that we're solving, similar to what you're saying, like their actual problem statement, and not just trying to cram them into the AgentSync shape of how we're doing things. So it's a whole group that comes together for that, and we've been refining that motion a lot as we went from one person doing it to figuring out what those roles actually are, and we're still figuring out where those cut lines are and kind of shifting those teams around, but it is a community that comes together. One thing that we were really focused on early on from some of our prior experiences was making sure that once we got someone over the wall, we weren't just celebrating the sales win and then forgetting that they exist. So our first hires were actually customer success. Niji put that in play because he was nervous about selling more. And we put a hold on selling because we wanted to make sure that we could make people successful, and then we ramped up the sales team. And so they've always had that mentality of we're doing this together, we're doing it about a life cycle for the customer. It's not just kind of a one and done motion. And that feeds a little bit to expansion. Our customer success team leads most of those conversations. We're starting to bring more product lines and learning what that motion is going to look like. But they've done a fantastic job because they're responsible for owning that relationship, really knowing the customer pain points, and then seeing where the opportunities are and thinking creatively with them on how best to solve it, either with our products or with some of our partners, frankly.
That's interesting. I'm thinking about Niji's mentality in when you're first selling, because there is no PLG, you sell, you get a customer, now they start using it. Like they just started using it, right?
Yeah.
Whereas OpenPhone, you guys are having a bunch of people using it before you're starting to sell. Would love to hear both of your take on advice for new founders. So they have their idea, they're considering going to market. They can take the AgentSync path or they can take the OpenPhone path. What are some words of wisdom, since you both have found product market fit, you've been successful in your respective distribution methods? What are some advice for founders who are yet to release their products, so they haven't really made that decision yet?
Yeah, well, I think in terms of advice, I mean, obviously, you probably all know that everyone's path is so different that I think it's certain principles or maybe experience that we can share. I would say that, for us specifically, the go-to-market motion was very obvious because we actually wanted to disrupt our competitors' go-to-market motion. So the only way to do that was to be like, hey, we want to build such a great product that we can open it up, try it for free, and that's it. I think that when you're picking your go-to-market motion, you have to think about the space you're in, how busy it is, the alternatives that your customers can go to, whether it's alternatives like direct competitors or maybe alternative being Excel spreadsheet or not doing anything. You have to think about that. And also, I think a huge lesson here is, for us, as our ACV grows, sales is actually a viable motion. It was really not before. So based on your category and your pricing, your pricing model, that can really dictate what option you have available to you. So I would say kind of focus on that and go back to first principles, like who are your customers, what is the problem you're solving for them, and what go-to-market motion makes sense for the value you want to offer.
Jenn, what do you got?
Like, what do I add to that? I think in the same spirit, the thing that I've observed for AgentSync, but also prior to that, is just flexibility here. There is a evolving set of motions. For us, it really made sense. We were selling into enterprise, into these complicated deals. So it's meeting your customer where they are, trying not to force something that isn't going to be a fit, being flexible to learning when it isn't a fit, and reiterating on it, and knowing that you're going to have to do that a few times. We were talking a little bit about this of sales. We were sales first, but sales assist coming in, I've seen that feel very strange for organizations, and it's actually kind of awesome. It means you're just approaching new customers in a different way, and so a lot of open-mindedness of this is not the pinnacle of success to do it this way or this way. It's actually usually a fluid conversation. And if you are going up market, you're going to have to change, and if you're going to expand out, in our case, to the tail end of the agency market, we're going to have to change. It's just constantly learning that. I've also appreciated a ton from my time at LinkedIn and also at AgentSync that building a successful and healthy sales motion with a sales team is a ton of work, similar to the PLG side. And I know I'm going to have to learn a ton as we start to understand, how you do this try for free motion. But there's a whole community of people on both sides that have to come together that have really different skills. And so that's one thing I would say is just know that it's never a snap of your fingers. It's going to take a lot of experimentation and a combination of sales, marketing, customer success. It's a team. It's not a one team or one individual kind of motion.
So we've established that PLG is neither a boondoggle nor a panacea, I think is the theme here. Another piece of practical wisdom that I'd love to hear from both of you is experimentation. So you both are at this interesting point where you've established yourself in one model and you're open-minded to another model. Now that can be a big time sink, especially like in the case of experimenting with PLG, it's very R&D heavy. In the case of experimenting with Sales Assist, it's kind of like cultural and employees. And so I'd love to hear from both of you, how are you thinking about dedicating resources to exploring this new territory? And Daryna, maybe we can start with you. I guess the first question would be, is it so obvious that you need to do it? It's just a matter of learning from other people who've done it before and implementing those things and iterating your way through there, or how are you thinking about it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm trying to remember where I saw this, but probably on Twitter, because where else do I get my information? I feel like there was someone mentioned, I'm going to innovate on my product and I'm going to not innovate on other things. So essentially, I think the point is that it's already really, really hard to innovate in the critical area, at least for us in our business, which is our product. So we try our best to take best practices and really advice in many other areas that are not necessarily our core competency. And I would say when it comes to sales, I feel like a lot of the problems that we've faced, a lot of other companies have gone through those. So I'm a big fan of like learning from them and making sure that we are, we're learning from others' mistakes, which is always nice. In terms of your question around resourcing, I think that this almost came a little naturally to us, because the reason why you see Talk to Sales there is because before we had that button, before we hired our first salesperson, before all of that, we are PLG, right? But I would somehow get emails, and people maybe guessed my email because it's so easy to guess, but I would just have people who want to talk to me or talk about the product or see a demo. And that's what I was like, well, I don't think I can do all of these demos. Does that mean we need a sales assist motion? So it almost like hit us like that.
Like forced into it, basically.
Essentially, but that is what taught us that, hey, our customers actually want to talk to us because they have more certain, have more sophisticated requirements, and given our nature of the product, we're a very critical tool for you. So if your communications relies on us and there's nobody here to have that one-on-one discussion with, you might be very nervous about switching, and you might be very nervous about signing up. So we just realized that, hey, we're losing on a lot of business, and it was quite obvious. And at this point, we also know that we want to invest in our sales team and our customer success team. And just a quick plug, we are hiring a head of sales. Just FYI, I was told I can do a plug, but
of course, that's the point of this, right?
You can find my email somewhere, I'm sure. But yeah, we're hiring a head of sales. So yeah, we're investing in it full on.
Awesome. And Jenn, how about you?
Yeah, so for us, there is not an obvious, it's very greenfield space. There's not an obvious product that is out there for agents and agent-facing, that kind of part of the market. And so for me, and as we were starting to think about it, me and Nidhi together, of how do we want to do that and tackle it and not have it be a distraction, it's a really great question, because we know there's just a ton to learn, not only on the PLG, but just what does product market fit look like for that motion, and it's very, very different than what we've done to date. So we've actually hired a group of individuals who are going to be just focused on that as an experiment and boxed into that for a while, in a fun way. Boxed in sounds harsh, but we were saying in a principled way, we're going to go take that bet, and here are the resources we're going to put behind it, and then start to just measure out from a metrics-driven perspective of what are we learning, what do we want to do, and then how would we continue to invest, or then realize that was not the right motion. But it's a pretty new space for the industry, and so we're kind of cautiously tiptoeing into it, knowing that we have to put a substantial number of product and engineering resources behind it to get a compelling MVP out the door.
Is this, I've seen this like Tiger team before to figure it out. And it's extremely cross-functional, right? Because it's product, it's engineering, it's marketing, it's sales, it's customer success. So maybe unpack that a little bit. Like, how big is this team? How are they working with the different functional groups at AgentSync? Are they talking to customers? Like, what sort of tips do you have in designing a sort of sequestered team like this to figure it out? Yeah,
so we started with a very experienced product manager in this space, brought in an engineering manager who's built consumer-facing products before, who will eventually be growing a team under this once we figure out what that team needs to be. And then we also have right now on that team someone from business ops, and then someone from our customer success team, so they can bring a customer perspective early and start doing that side of the house. And that's our very initial small team, and then we'll figure out how we need to expand it and who needs to be there. But
so last question I have for you both, well, I have a lot of questions, but the last one I've got on my list here is demos. So I feel like the demo is the bridge between PLG and ABM, right? Because you're doing demos and you're doing demos, and it is sort of a revealing of the product to someone in a guided way. So we'd love to hear from both of you, Daryna, starting with you. When you're doing a demo, presumably the person you're demoing has already seen the product or maybe even using it. So how are you using those? What's the point of you getting on the phone with people in the demo context?
Great question. Yeah, it is a commonality we have, right? Because everything else was different. In terms of a demo, we actually do. I'm now thinking there are two types of demos that kind of I can share that we do. There's one type of demo which you mentioned, Brian, which is when you click on the Talk to Sales button, you give some information, and then based on what you share, we can follow up and do a demo with you one-to-one. Then there is another type of demo we do, which is not shown here, which is a weekly live demo, which is almost like a PLG scalable version of that demo, except for your on a webinar. I mean, I actually don't like the word webinar. It's like a fun live demo. Webinars usually suck, right? So it's a fun live demo, and that's a great. We do it every week. That's a demo that really makes sense for our velocity model because for certain folks we can do one-to-one demo, but as we scale the sales team, we will probably have more capacity, but we have to be a little bit pickier now in terms of who we can do a personal demo for. But the weekly demo is really nice because it allows us to give that guided tour of the product, show different use cases at scale. So actually, I would say if any of you here has if you're a PLG company and you're not sure about doing a personal demo, start with a weekly live demo, and then that can help you learn and see if there's appetite for something a little bit more custom.
Awesome. I see a negative sign next to our timer here. Jenn, I would love to hear your final thoughts on demos and AgentSync and how you guys use them.
I will do this very quickly. So no one can see our product unless we demo it to you. So no one has come in seeing it before unless they've seen it at a prior role, which is starting to happen and is kind of fun. So we do a set of demos, agency, MGA, carrier, that are the standard demo. And then depending on the size of the deal and the complexity of the use case, we have a team that will customize that and do a deeper dive with customers. And then depending on the size of the deal and the customer use case, that is where we'll also end up in the proof of concept, which is more what we are calling a demo environment we'll hand over to you. So we really have 3 flavors of it, which is our standard one that we'll show you, and then depending on that customer's needs and the deal size, you can kind of go up and down, but we've experimented quite a bit with that.
Awesome. All right, well, we're out of time, 1 minute and 40 seconds negative out of time. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I think we have a takeaway slide here, which is PLG, not for everyone, very powerful. So if you're a founder out there, I hope you learned something today. Thank you, Daryna. Thank you, Jenn. This was an awesome conversation, and we'll see you all at the conference.